Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome. I'm so excited about this session. This is still season 1, but going a different route here. We're going season 1, Mole Remnants, book 2. We're doing Lord of the Rings style. Everybody thinks there's 3 books, but that's a lie. There's 3 novels. There's 6 books in Lord of the Rings. For all you like true nerds out there. What was that? What did I hear?
What? Nothing.
Oh, that was you. I was like, what redemption was that? What?
Thanks for subscribing.
Thank you. Okay. Book 2, Echoes of the Empire. And so this is session 13, which is exciting. Cool. So just so everybody knows, it is officially starting this session that we are going live with chat redemptions for Spending a Nit. To do this, one of the things I did, because I effectively have canceled the other channel, I'm going to be streaming over there soon enough when I have a little bit of spare time, just as you know, with my family and everything, that ate away all spare time that I had. But back to this. Anybody that the top 100 points that were over there, I skipped people that I couldn't find. I skipped you. I skipped people I couldn't find. I ported over the points, but didn't include you towards the 100-person count. If you were ever a PC of mine on stream, or if you're a family member, or effectively family member, like -2 charisma is effectively family. People like that, I didn't count them towards the 100 total to make sure the viewers got the most benefit. If you do not see your name on that top 100 list checked off that you were done, if you don't even see your name on that list, but you know you've been over to my other channel at any point in time, just ping me in the thread that I have under the announcements, and I will just tell me what your Twitch handle is. I will find whatever points they are. I don't care if it's 2 or if it's 200,000. Whatever they are, I'll find them and I'll bring them over here as a nit for you, because thank you to everybody who's always supported over all the years. I want to make sure I continue to show that appreciation, but it took me literally hours to port over the ones that I did. So at this point, anybody who asks for it, like I think maybe Githane may have been one that didn't get ported over. It has like 2,300 points. I think I saw like when I was clicking through quickly looking for Joey's before, and 2,300 is like $23 in value. So like, if I'm correct that that's a thing, definitely hit me up, because that's worth it for you. All right, cool. Where were we?
Last time on Lost Initiative.
Last time on Lost Initiative, you guys had tracked down this terrible organization, attacked them head on, brought down some of the biggest and most critical members, and just gutted them out. Contacted local leaders and authorities to capture the various buyers. So not those that were directly running this establishment, but certainly the patrons of such a terrible organization, to collect as many of them as possible, bring to justice as many of them as possible, and steal their riches, which is nice. Fuck them. But then also, you were able to kind of like shore up all the details. Sans two individuals. There was one by the name of Ashtara Walnut. She is unfortunately very well connected and conniving, and was not afraid to throw that in your face for her benefit. It was painful. It was gritted teeth to do so, because you really just wanted to, like, pop a few molars over there, crack a few wisdom teeth, if you know what I'm saying. Anyways, but she made a deal with you. It was too valuable what she could give to you to ensure that this weed has its roots removed from here. And then there is the tippity top of the iceberg. There is Beltrin himself. Beltrin Graeris is a very wealthy lordling that is very tied to Hod Gwen. Both of his parents sit on the council there. He has a lot of power and influence, and is effectively untouchable. But
he's known for wearing fancy shoes too. Let's not forget.
He wears lots of fancy clothing. He is effectively untouchable, but you do have enough details to start compiling an argument against him, or some sort of thing against him, maybe in the future. But for now, you just have to hope that they take this loss and walk away, and that they don't do anything like this again, while you continue to work towards some way of approaching them later on. You have other things to do. You can't be the only people in all of Adir that are attacking this problem. Again, you got local authorities involved. You finished up last session with going through Harrod, contacting Captain Jack, making a relationship with him, going through Forvin, contacting the leadership there to have the two individuals that were, routed there removed. Sorry, I said situated there, routed. And then finally finished your journeys all the way up until Loshev, where you spoke to the local leadership, the council, and came to an understanding that everything has been resolved. They're celebrating your name, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not like, a party in the streets kind of celebration, but there is a degree of celebration that will happen for you. The initial report of details we skimmed over last session, and we don't need to dive back into it. Just understand that the report was given, and there was a deep understanding of what had happened. And you guys shared, I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong on this, 95 to 98% of all the details. Some of the details you're keeping under your hat for your own benefit. For example, would you tell them about Beltran, or do you want to keep that under your hat for now? Don't answer that now. You can tell me afterwards. Would you tell them about the what the plans were inside of Westwood and the implications of what that happened to Alex Westwood, or Alexis, or whatever the name is, Westwood, the former councilman? Or would you keep that under your hat because, they've already passed and, so on and so forth? These kind of details are the ones that you might keep to yourself, but overall, I imagine you told them everything. So, bringing this in, would you guys have told them about the former councilman? Would you have told them about Beltran? Would you have told them about Ashtara, who is supposed to have anonymity?
Who are we telling again? Who we?
This is the council. This is the council people, counselors. That's the word I'm looking for. Of Loshev. So there's like what, 11 of them.
Oh, of the ship.
Yeah.
What was the exact
Which now
agreement with
includes
Ashtar?
Nathan.
Did we agree not to tell people about her, or I thought it was just we were letting
Anonymity.
her go?
She argued for anonymity. Now, granted, that anonymity could just be what's beyond here, right? It's up to you whether or not you want to uphold that part of the bargain.
Well, we already
so on and
told
so forth.
Jack anyway.
We told
already
Jack.
kind of broke
Yeah.
it.
Jack was
He already
one
knew,
of the most
though.
critical people to tell, and he already knew because of what's his name, because
Yeah.
of Melik and Edric, right? Hold on one second.
Sure. Who did not make that deal?
What is up, Super Mikey? How you doing? Welcome. I'm so glad you caught up on YouTube. I'm glad you were able to join us live for the first time. That's really friggin' exciting. If you want to stick around and watch on Twitch, obviously it's lots of interactive stuff. You've heard by watching the thing that we have people roll and make things up for us, which is great. But also, if you just continue watching on YouTube, that's great as well. You're lesser, but still great.
Just know he will never be this nice to you ever again. First time chatters get like a one nice welcome, and then everyone's treated like shit.
Yep.
So enjoy your
get to-
moment.
You get to get back at me
all
by
downhill from
collecting
here.
channel points and making them say mean things to me.
No, make us say nice things. He hates that.
I actually, it's cool.
I hate that. We both hate that.
I had this experience last week at work. I don't know if I said this last week. It almost feels like bragging talking about. But my CEO and a bunch of my coworkers were visiting clients, and part of the visiting clients, they were all like talking about how much they loved me and they're glad that I'm back from paternity leave. Like, oh my God, Scott's amazing, da da da. And so my CEO was kind of like, yeah, people are saying the good things about you. And so one of my coworkers is like, no, they fucking love you. Everybody kept saying da da da. And he goes, okay, yeah, that's true. It was just one of those like boss things. Like, I will say this because I have to. Okay, I guess I'll say that too. I was like, thanks. But
God, it's always so nice when you laugh. Your happiness is
Oh, he instantly looks at the chat.
I mean, I was laughing about bragging, so I wasn't sure where you were going with it. All right.
That's fair. I mean, the rest of you comes up a little short, but the laugh, good.
Yay. Woo.
Hands tied, man.
This
I need
is
someone to come break the chains on me here.
This is Super Mikey's fault. Super Mikey, had you not turned up, we wouldn't have gone down this rabbit hole.
Told you, instant.
You
flip.
didn't even give him a full, like,
Not
you
even a-
didn't
not
give him
even
a whole
a full-
session. It's been like 4 minutes max. You're already shitting on Super Mikey.
I warned you, Mikey. I
I
warned you.
forgot you said that. well, Sir Muggy's a piece of shit.
Don't worry about it,
Moving on.
Scott. You're just living your truth.
Yep. All right. So back to the game. Would you have told them about specifically the counselors of Loshev about, because I don't think you would have told the counselors of Forvin because it wasn't pertinent to that conversation there. But Loshev, who you have a closer relationship with, about Ashtara, about Beltran, and about Alex Westwood.
Westwood.
Yeah, I'll find them on the World Anvil.
As far as Aldo, he would
Ooh, names AI.
say that we don't tell them about Ashtara and Beltran, but about Westwood. But that's that's just he's not going to say anything whether or not you do is up to you.
You wouldn't say anything about Westwood specifically. So that's the one you.
No,
would not?
Westwood I would. The other two I would not.
Alex Westwood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel like. I don't know if Koa would hold back about Beltran at all because, like, I feel like the more that dude's reputation gets smeared right now, the better. However, I mean, he already knows we're on to him. He literally looked me in the eye in the cave.
But he didn't know who you were.
But he doesn't know who you are.
I mean, he will obviously.
I was gonna say the
right?
people who come flying into Hodgwyn like Aladdin, like Prince Ali's Blam, were like, "Save the slaves now! You are named shitty old slavers." As we're throwing them in jail, it's kind of like, "Yeah, that guy, he saved them." And Beltran might be like, "Oh." Hearing Dan the song when he goes to a bar, like, "Oh, Dan, yeah, who wrote that? Oh, these dudes, that's cool." Like, it won't take very much searching for him to figure out who the fuck we are at this point.
Oh, you're
So,
assuming
like,
he has at least a 10 intelligence.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
So
yes.
am I worried about Beltran knowing we're onto him? Not really. I feel like he already will know. We kind of just. How much gold was in this operation that we just shut down on this one interaction? Like, this dude just took a hit to his pocketbook. That's not gonna just.
Yeah.
He's not just gonna be like, win some, you lose some. Like, I feel like you do a little bit of prodding, and it's not hard whenever we're walking around boasting about it. So, Koa would not be too worried about sharing info about Beltran. Ashtar is trickier. We already told Jack. If we told her we wouldn't say anything to like people overall, maybe he would hold back about her. But Beltran, he's kind of like, dude, the more people that know he's a piece of shit, the better.
But then Aldo will come back at you with, "You want to go back to Hodgwen?" His parents more or less have a controlling almost majority. Remember what Ashtara, whoever else said? You know what I mean? You want to make things harder for Gwen? You seen associating together.
As soon as we start going after Beltran directly, we're against the city. That's what we've been told.
Directly, perhaps, yes, but the more people that know he's a piece of shit, I mean, the better for everyone in the long run. I mean, his reputation needs to go down at some point, and doesn't have to be known it came from us, unless I guess they say exactly where they heard the information if they were to share it.
Yeah, that's the part I don't trust. I mean, we're also about to tell them how one of their late members was connected to something also pretty awful. We don't know much about the rest. They might blab, they might not, but let's not take the risk.
What if we were to approach it this way? Aldo, we've been traveling together for a while, and not just once. You've managed to make Mikhail completely confused as to your identity. Now, what if you do that, and you go into some different bars and places and just start spreading the word when you look like Tony or Timmy or John?
Yeah, look, I'm not opposed to that, right? But I just don't think we should, in an official capacity at least, be saying anything to even Loshev's counselors. Because let's be honest, like, everywhere here seems to be ruled by whoever in whatever town, right? So just say we say something to these guys, which, I don't have the best relationship with them as it is. And then we go back to Hodgwen, and then all of a sudden we're arrested for, I don't know, some form of treason, spreading rumors or something. You know what I mean? These towns are self-governed, and really what they say goes. So, you get my point?
How are we ever going to bring justice to these people if they're untouchable because of their position? Eventually, we're going to have to do something.
Well, we need more evidence at the end of the day.
Yeah,
we have evidence on the
connections.
doings and things like that, but we don't actually have any evidence directly linking Beltran. apart from Ashtara's word and the fact that you've seen him.
I feel like being able to say I saw him is pretty important.
Yeah, but then he could also say, I saw you stealing from the shop and arrest you for theft. But do you see, he has the power to make that happen.
Well, then I say we definitely at least discreetly ruin his reputation. Maybe get at least some eyes looking at him sideways. I don't care if we spread true rumors or false ones about him. I just want his reputation gone so he can't rebuild and just do this all over again.
I like
Yeah,
the idea of the
I totally
rumors.
agree. Right? Yeah.
I won't say anything about him, but... Or Ashtar, I suppose.
Also,
don't like
Scott,
it.
you have an error message over your face.
Yeah, I don't know why. Hold on.
I see it in Roll20 also.
Yeah, I have to fix it because of that. You guys keep going. I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah, let's so yeah, we'll start ruining his reputation in an unofficial capacity. I think that's the smart play.
He's
we
too
tell him
vile a
about-
man to get away with this.
Oh, agreed. All right, so we tell them about Westwood, and that's it.
Yeah.
At least as far as those things go.
Fine.
We do have
I don't-
proof in regards to Westwood. His indirect involvements in things anyway.
Yeah. We need proof, we need connections, we need power to go after Beltran.
And like you said, Koa, doing these things for people, giving away lots of wealth and other things, you're going to build yourself a reputation. Maybe one day you'll have enough to be able to pull some strings, have connections of your own, and give you some.
Are you
pull.
saying this to appease
Right.
me now, or are you truly finally on board with that decision?
I am saying it to appease you for the moment.
For the
It might
record,
actually
it's
mean
not that he's
something if
lying.
you were turning a new leaf about it all.
He's not actually lying, though. I mean, maybe he doesn't mean it, but those are true words regardless.
As I said, I'll go along with it, but I don't have to be happy about it. This is the second time someone who's even more responsible, ultimately responsible, is getting away with it.
Like I said to you back at the thing with the Ashtara, sometimes, unless you're willing to deal with something yourself directly, and something that is within your power to do, then sometimes you just have to, go a bit on the back foot.
Yeah.
For now. I'll think of
Agreed.
something. I'll come up with some way. Blood was spilled. There's the two that we brought to Loshev. Still missing. Some of their camp that could be dead. So many lives permanently affected, ruined. Not to mention all of those out there that are currently owned by someone that we may never even track down and help. And the guy on top is just sitting there on his piles of money and reputation.
You said it.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we probably got him to throw a fit at least. I'm sure he's comfortable by anyone else's standards, but we did topple
Seems
his
to
pet
me-
project.
Yeah, we did. And it seems to me he's not the type to take that lying down. He's definitely going to start something else back up. Whether it be the same type of thing or something different, no matter what, it would be unsavory, right?
Yeah.
It also won't take him long to figure out that we were the ones responsible for taking down his operation.
Yes, but he can't act against us openly either because that shows his bias and reason why. So while we may, experience some assassins in the dark or something, it's not like he could really do too much without some suspicion.
An assassin in the dark sounds like too much to me, but perhaps We'll be equipped to handle them if we expect them. But living like that, having to look over our shoulders at all times, also is not going to be pleasant. Another reason just to take him down.
Well,
If only it was that easy.
if he starts acting against us, maybe he starts making mistakes and opens himself up. But there's nothing we can do about it really right now. I mean, even if we tell this council, what are the chances they believe us, and then that they actually do something?
Honestly, half of them will probably be asleep while we're telling them. The other half, it'll be like, that game of whispers. We'll say it was Beltran. They'll say it was Beltran's friend, whose cousins, mates, brothers.
I mean, if we really want to, I mean, we could try to talk to Nathan specifically outside of the council chambers. I mean, he
What's
does
Nathan
have a
going to
seat.
do, though?
He might know something. A way to get more evidence, but it's a long shot. I think he gave us what he had.
He did, but I feel like in that bargain we gave him even more. A permanent seat and a position of power.
No, we definitely gave him
we
more
cash
than
in
we
on.
were given.
We can cash in on that favor later. Maybe once we've actually got a bit more to show for it.
Very well. As I said, I agree. We can only mention the councilman to Jim Smith.
Yeah. Audio. Oh, the error disappeared.
You guys got quiet all of a sudden, like.
Yeah, we kind of finished our RP and we were watching you toy with fonts.
Yeah, well, but it was funny.
We dragged it out for a while.
Your RP went on, and then it tapered off without like a prompt or like a next step or anything like that. So I was waiting for somebody to try the next thing, and I was
Hawk
no.
Tua. Koa spits on the ground.
I think the error
She did get
disappeared.
75,000 votes.
Error.
So I mean, anyways, cool. So I guess we'll just deal with that. I can't remember.
My
what the,
error message on Roll20 is gone, by the way.
Yeah,
mine is not gone yet, and I'm keep trying to go back to welcome, and I'm using both Firefox and Chrome. They both have the error message.
I don't have the error message.
Well, hold on. Your error message, you're talking
Cash.
about by looking. Are you in Roll20?
Yeah.
Okay, so refresh and see what happens.
Oh, are you at like the welcome screen? It's got the like a message.
I have a gateway timed out. The server reported gateway time error. That whole thing. That's what I'm looking at right
Gotcha.
now. Yeah.
Oh.
So it is what it is. I can go back to our faces. It's just going to look awkward because it's going to be missing some stuff. So I can show our faces. Give me a second. So I got to turn off this.
Let me roll, but I don't think anybody would actually see it.
And I got to turn off.
Well, now I can't get
see
back
you,
into
Ron.
Roll20 now that I tried to reopen it. Refreshing was
Yeah,
a bad idea.
I'm the same.
No. It was never functioning for you to begin with. You thought it was.
It was just cached.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, anyways, back to the game. So yeah, you can see our faces, but you're not going to see any rolls, any dice, or anything like that while it's still broken. Okay. Cool.
Unless.
I mean, it's funny because like
That's some dice.
we can actually use what's it called?
Physical dice.
What is the thing we use? World Anvil has built-in roller, and we can see each other's
Oh, that's
results
true.
when we
Oh,
start
yeah,
the
nice.
session. I just got to start the session over there, so I can do that in a minute when we're getting to dice rolling. But back to it sucks that this is interrupting our session. Back to the game. So you guys come to this conclusion or whatever it is. I imagine it was after you went back to Loshev. Before you went and spoke to the counselors, you probably had this meeting like that evening over like a pint or whatever it was. And the next day you went and you spoke to the counselors and informed them, correct me if I'm wrong, but out of everything that you just said there, the only one that you informed them of was of Alex Westwood, correct?
Yeah.
And the coming out of that was that they were pretty upset, pretty perturbed to hear that and asked if you had any form of evidence beyond XYZ. And you coincidentally had quite the collection of evidence of that was given to you, at this point, 2 weeks ago, through whatever it was given to you. And so as you're handing over that collection of evidence, one of the counselors there. Let me go ahead and grab his name. Oh, I have to pull it up this way. It was a High Councilman, grabbing it right here. High Councilman Rook says, "This is quite the collection you have here. You have been diligent. I can see so much in such a short while. We will make sure if there are future problems, the three of you certainly are ones to turn to. And perhaps we should keep our noses clean. What do you say, Torgan?" "Yes, I find it interesting how much you have." And all the while, Nathan doesn't say anything. Just,
Some of our documents are from Ashtara herself, not just the ones from Nathan, though, right?
Some were from Ashtar herself. The majority about Westwood are from Nathan.
Which makes sense, but
Yeah. Wade, I don't know if you adjusted anything. You personally just got a little bit quieter right there. But so anyways, so you guys, I imagine, let that drop there, and your intention was to speak to Nathan onto the side afterwards anyways. So,
we thought about it.
Kicking to the next day, to actual like RP or what have you that you wanted to have. One of the most critical conversations you wanted to have was to go and speak with Gemsmith himself. Was to go speak with Councilman Yellen Gemsmith, who, even though you brought the son back and there's much appreciation, so on and so forth, he expresses his immense gratitude for what it was that you were able to do on a personal level, et cetera, the safety that you were able to bring to a deer, blah, 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 blah. But that at this point is just going to be like words that they're saying as of like the time that you're reporting this, because they would need time for these old people to like convene and deliberate if there's going to be anything further actions taken. So the next day after you report this, or my apologies, later on that evening, you're
Test,
going...
better? Test? Hello?
Yeah, you're better.
Yeah.
So you are making your way to that evening to go and speak with Yellen Gemsmith. He is excited to invite you to his estate for dinner. So obviously that evening when you guys arrive, do you arrive together? Are you dressed in any certain way? Anything of notes that should be mentioned as you're going? Wade, obviously you're bringing a particular gem with you. But other than that...
I'm going to dress in the courtier clothes.
Yeah, probably that.
Okay.
If the other two mention it, well, would Koa dress up? Probably. Yeah, I'll say he would too. That would make sense.
Okay. So you guys do have the two sets, specifically the courtier ones are the ones you guys are all going with. Keegan, this actually begs a question. Would you keep that extra outfit that you got from Ashtara? Is that one of those things where it's like clothes are clothes and they serve a purpose? Or is it one of those things where you're like, ugh?
Oh, no, I'd keep them. Yeah, like, those could be useful.
Cool. Absolutely. So you guys go ahead and make your way to his estate. Now, Gemsmith is himself a rather wealthy individual. You know, he earned his name through his, the opulence he was able to provide to others through his skill and eventually his wealth, right? And he has lots of ties with within parts of Paradel and so on and so forth. So when you go to his estate, it is a nice place that's here. Remember, while Loshev is not particularly large in size or particularly densely populated, it does have a decent amount of wealth here of the individuals that run it because of the trade routes and their own backgrounds. So his home is well maintained. It's good in size, and when you are welcome, it's big in size. And when you are welcomed in, you can see like the quality of artwork and whatnot. There is at this point unparalleled to anything that you've seen in anybody else's home. Whereas other people do have finery inside of their homes, so on and so forth, he actually has more of a keen eye towards what you would see as, material opulence, right? As opposed to just like money in the bank or power over other individuals or so on and so forth. So he's always adorned with, finery, with fine jewelry. You can see that he has fine artwork on his walls. Just everything in here just seems to be well designed, well maintained. So he welcomes you into his home, and inevitably you will join him for dinner. The dinner that's provided for you is a many-course meal, which is going to be a Paradel style of doing things. So it's going to be this particular style is a Paradel style. Many courses you would also get out of, say, Ascaria and so on. But a many-course meal, starting with various soups, going to more hearty meals with desserts at the end. There's wine that's poured the entire time. Everything's paired well, so on and so forth. You can see that he has clearly spared no expense in the veritable banquet that you're having here. But as much as it's a banquet, it's actually kept rather private. It is just the 5 of you. Your 3 characters, Yulin and Cleven, that have come here. And since his son came home last night, they've had a good 24 hours to kind of like touch base with everything. So jumping into the scenario that you have here, I want you guys to all do me a favor and roll me a diplomacy check. This is going to be for etiquette. If you have a physical dice in front of you, you're welcome to go ahead and roll it and just apply your modifier. If you do not remember your modifier, it is on the World Anvil. You can even roll it on your character sheet on the World Anvil. It might be off by 1 because it still has a -1 from when you're
I think
level
my
0.
diplomacy is a +0 anyway.
I rolled it and it fell off the back of my desk, so hold on.
Man, we used to have an old school rule about that. A
I
19.
rolled a
Woo!
19.
We used to have an old school rule about that. If it fell off, we counted it as a 1.
Oh, I'm intentionally
Where
rolling
can I
on the
roll
floor.
on World Anvil?
I did too.
My desk is not big enough for this thing.
Well, it's a 1 anyway.
I thought I was going to get a 1 because the 19's right next to it. I was a little scared.
Yeah.
So I have a +0 though, so it's still just a 19, which is the best diplomacy I've had yet. I'm rolling with this from now on.
It's funny, Pineapple, we never, ever had dice trays. Dice trays are such a new concept to me. And when I say new, I mean like the first time I ever saw one was when Maggie had one. Wait. When we played that in 2020, when we played at that charity event in Florida, that was the first time I ever saw somebody with a roll tray thingy. And I think that's because Mike bought it for that event. It was the first time I'd ever seen one. And I'd played for decades prior. So, anyways, so you go to 19, Wade, because you have a +0.
Yeah, 19 flat.
Jake and Keegan?
7.
Okay.
I cannot figure out where my sheet is on World Anvil.
Did you type in your name?
Yeah, I'm on my thing and then I hit sheet and there's nothing there.
No, I mean like if you type in what's your name, Aldo. It's like if I type in the word Aldo, it literally pulls up your sheet. Like if you go to the search bar and type in Aldo and I press enter, it pulls up your sheet right here. And I can click diplomacy. It's currently a +6. I think it's because you were still level 0 at the time. Yep. So it
No,
would
I
actually
think
be
it's
one
just a
higher.
6. I don't think it is.
So I rolled a 10 + 6 so it'd be a 17, I believe you have.
No. Ours are, I think ours tied. Mine's a 6 too.
Yeah. And I just clicked it right on the World Anvil. Did you find it?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So what's your total results, sir?
I thought you rolled it.
Oh, okay, cool. Then
I
if you
still
want me
haven't
to-
found my sheet.
Oh,
You
that's
just- you
fine.
just
It's
rolled.
It's a 17. This is your sheet. I'm dropping it inside of. There you go.
Cool.
Fucking roll 20, messing up our campaign. It's Keegan's like, hey guys, I think I fixed my roll 20 issue. He actually broke it for all of us. So
I
Like,
don't
you
think
can't have
my
it.
sheet on
it is
World Anvil's
off because you're
correct.
level 1 now, and that's from when you were level 0. It's never been updated. So your
I also
skills
think there's
are-
a lot of +1s and knowledges that I don't have, like engineering and stuff.
That's just because
Oh,
those
does that
skills
include
weren't
the-
removed. That's all.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Cool. All right, so back to game. The so you had a 17, a 19, and a 7, or whatever that was. So two of you are actually coming off. Like, you're following the lead for proper etiquette here. You know, this kind of makes sense because the etiquette that he's using is going to be hugging the border. Is going to be of Northern Paradel etiquette. And Jake, your character traveled through there not too long ago. Your character is familiar with it. It's just the border that touches your country, the nation you're from. Wade, you grew up again in parts of Northern Paradel, as well as being on the border of it when you were with the Free Folk.
Roll 20s back up.
Keegan, your character is not from there at all. Though you did train in etiquette, not from there at all. So it's kind of embarrassing that you're making a lot of faux pas that you're painfully aware of because your character is good at this stuff, while they are not. Either way, so as this is going through, clearly he brings no attention to this. He brings no attention to this being Yellen, but you know that Cleven absolutely does. He'll even say to you at one point in time, I thought you were raised right.
Shit. Yeah. Mikhail just kind of blushes. He goes, I did too. Maybe this place is rubbing off on me.
Funny. And so, kind of diving into the conversation there, he says, I can't express my gratitude for what it was that you have done for me and my kin. If it isn't obvious to you, I am a widower. I am no longer wed. All I have in my wife is my son, and maybe one day my son will bless our family with a spouse of his own, and he can continue the tradition of having children and so on. And his son says, I wouldn't want to do that. Maybe now is not the time to continue this conversation. Father, you know that I narrowly became a Metahina myself if it wasn't for the misfortune of you having a second child that passed away shortly after birth. Yes, again, maybe now is not the time for it. Well, if now is not the time, I don't know what time is the correct time, because you're the one that consistently brings it up and does so in front of other individuals. Had you not another child, I would no longer be your child. It's the flaw of the system that you then want me to participate in. I'm then going to have children so I can excommunicate them myself. That just seems foolish. I say we break the mold, and I'm living a happy life as I like it. Nevertheless, thank you for bringing my son back to me. He's the only family that I have.
It was a close call, unfortunately, with Tor and everything. So, glad to see you sitting here, obviously, as I've said before. But thank you for hosting. This is a great, fantastic meal and everything.
Of course. I when I caught news that my son had been saved and you'd be bringing him back, I reached out to contacts that I had, and they sent their finest chefs to my estate. It has been delightful having them about to pick the menu. I do have to say, if there's a time to celebrate, this is it. Thank you again for that. For that celebration, if you don't mind, if it's not too forward, we can retire to my sitting room, and perhaps we can pop a bottle of sherry and have a discussion of, sounds so crass to say, but a proper thank you for what it is that you've done for me and mine.
Glass of sherry sounds amazing for me.
Yeah, it's been a while. A little while.
You haven't had too much of your fill of wine, have you yet, Aldo? I understand that you're on your, is that, and somebody behind says, his fourth bottle.
Bottle.
Not as yet. I'm happy to take your sherry.
It's funny because you say take your sherry, and there's like a wince to one of the people that are serving the table, because it's the word like take as opposed to like enjoy, indulge. I was like, ugh. Anyways, so the rewards are active.
Do we notice Mikhail is a bit like out of his depth at the moment? Is that like coming across?
I think it might come across for you. Yeah, I'm now getting a 503 service. It's still unavailable.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm in on mine. I can roll, so
Probably on a different server.
Yeah, one thing Aldo will do though is he just wants to catch Mikhail's attention at some point. And you can see like as Mikhail's drinking, Aldo like gets his mug and he's like looks at him and he's like, sticks to picking up his eye.
You he just kind of like does like a half eye roll. Like you can tell he knows he's fucking. At that point, he's kind of probably leaning into it. Where like whenever he screws him, he goes nope. Then he'll just like kind of go a little bit extra to sort of try to take the embarrassment off of it, almost like he's doing it on purpose, but he's clearly not.
Yeah.
Ko is just in like smile and nod mode. He's just letting you two have at it. He's letting Jim Smith and his son have at it. And he's just like, this is why I left my family to go off on my own to avoid dinners like this. This is great.
Yeah, nothing like that. When are you having grandchildren conversation from your parents? All right, so it's when are you giving me grandchildren? I need trophies to show off to the neighbors. Like, okay. Anyways, so you guys retire to the sitting room where a bottle of sherry is brought in, and clearly you were enjoying good wine, good food, so on and so forth. But that was just the beginning of the conversation. That was just the beginning of it. Now it's like genuinely high quality stuff that's being served for you here. I mean, these bottles must be worth, God, maybe a gold piece or two each. Like this is genuinely high quality stuff that you're being served. So, anyways, they pour you guys glasses so you can sit, and you're sitting there, and he's like, I'm not going to ask you to recount your version of the tale. I heard a good portion of it from when we were in the council meeting. I paid very close attention to what you were saying, and I did get Cleven's perspective beforehand. So we, I suppose, can skip many of those details, unless there's something you feel is more pertinent. But I did want to say again, thank you for what it was that you had done. As a means of saying thank you, and I know this sounds a bit strange to offer, but different people lead different lives. For those of you with a decent sense of motive check, you notice he intentionally doesn't look at Aldo. Aldo doesn't notice because he's very drunk. So he says, different people lead different lives. And so offering the same thing to each of you might not have the same value. So let me put it forward like this. I have an amount of wealth. I think you already understands that, and I would be willing to gift to you an amount of coin, or if you would like, finery, to say thank you. But I'm more than just what it is that's jingles in my pockets. I have connections throughout Adir and into Paradel and somewhat beyond as well. And it may be more of value to you to say, have me owe you a favor. You have done an immense one for me, and I would be willing to owe each of you a favor if instead you would like to have that. It is your choice. Everybody's quiet. They're all staring at
I was
Roll20
trying to
the way
load
I
my
was.
actual sheet. Roll20's up for me again.
It's not for me.
It's very slow. It just came back.
Yeah,
to me,
it
but
took me like 2 minutes to load my sheet.
We've spent
But
more
it
time
opened.
talking about Roll20 than Roll20. Fuck you, Roll20. Always the worst. God.
A favor. That could be useful.
Well, I know what I want.
This is an individual decision or as a group? Yeah.
Oh, individual, of course.
Right.
I, as I said, each individual lives their own lifestyle.
Well, I'm not even sure what kind of favor I would have to ask, but having someone indebted to you and be able to help you in a moment of need does sound nice, but pockets are a bit light, and we have quite a lot of a lot of things we may need moving forward. I guess let me ponder for a moment. The other two, you two seem like you know what you want right away.
Yeah, I'll take the favor.
Understood. I'd
Thank
be
you.
more than happy to honor that for you. And the reason why I'm ensuring that Cleven sits here for this conversation, despite his clear discomfort in doing so, is because I want it to be known that should you come back in such a time looking for this favor to be fulfilled, and I am no longer here. Simple fact of the matter is, you're a young and virile man. I am old. I'm not as decrepit as, say, Rook or some of the others on the council, but I am old. And I want to make sure that if I can't see this favor through, Cleven will in my stead.
I appreciate that.
Well, I know what I want, but I'm wondering if you can deliver on it. You're a merchant, right? You have ties to Paradel.
I'm not exactly a merchant, but yes, I do.
What about Goldaria? You got any contacts over there?
I do. Looser, but yes, I am proud to say that on the in the vaults of the Galdarian throne, there are a few gems that I myself have cut. It is quite the honor to have found out that even the on one of the rings that the Lady of Goldaria wears has a gem that I cut in it.
Well, that's truly something. Yeah. Well, this may make it easier then. I have come into possession of a Stalingrad crossbow. Now, it is broken, and I wouldn't trust it to anyone around here, nor Paradel for that matter, to repair. Now, these aren't uncommon where I'm from, but generally they're owned by the crown, not individuals. Some own them, right? Of course, but the soldiers that use them usually don't. I would like to know if it is within your power to have this sent over and repaired by someone with a reputation for such things in Goldaria itself.
Absolutely. It would be an honor to do such a thing. You've given me back a piece of my family, and to deliver to you a piece of your home. It's only fitting.
I see. Well, consider my favor cashed.
Mm.
Back to me then, I suppose. Well, Koa like just looks at you two back and forth, like almost begging you all to help him figure out what to do here, because he's like, favor.
Aware, like seeing this, Yellen will actually chime in and say, Koa, you are interested in maybe something more tangible, which I can appreciate. Allow me to express that I can put coin in your pocket right now, something that has immediate value. And if that's what you need, please accept it, and I will gladly give it to you. Or if you have not as immediate of a need, but you still want something tangible, if that's the way that your mind bends, believe me, that is something I wholeheartedly appreciate. Instead, I could offer to you something that is value today, but is also an investment for the future. I have an assortment of very rare gems, and I wouldn't mind parting with some of them for you.
It's funny you mentioned gems. I actually have come across one I was gonna perhaps ask you to take a look at, since, well, area of expertise and everything. Gems. Well, they're very pretty. and valuable. He's still like looking at the other two, like, but he's like trying to. I'll even roll a bluff where he's trying to like pull it off. Like, dude, gems. Yeah, let's talk gems. 2 19s in a row, man.
Damn, that's a good roll, man.
Nice. Yeah. What was it?
19.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah, you're not in roll 20, are you yet, Scott?
I still have 504s.
No, it's still broken.
It bounces between 504 and 503 for me.
Same.
I can take a picture if you'd like of this 19.
Yeah, what was the 19 for?
Bluff. I just bluffed because I'm still looking at the other two, but trying to play it off like gems. Yes, of course. I love gems.
Gotcha. Understood. Okay. Cool.
Well, yeah, the value with gems is, it can vary depending on the buyer. So it's a little bit more versatile than coin. Plus, I'm sure Sir Jim Smith here wouldn't mind providing like a writ of appraisal to make sure you get your true value out of them.
Of course, there will be those that will undercut an appraisal because they are swindlers or they don't know a thing or two about gems, and then there will be those that overvalue the appraisal because they need that stone for their own personal reasons. Those are, of course, the people that are best to sell to if what you're looking for is wealth. It's the patient seller that makes the most coin. Anyways, I'd be happy to give that to you if it's what you would prefer.
Gems sound lovely, yes. Perhaps with some kind of knowledge of what they're worth, so I at least know.
Yes, I will have it as was suggested here by Mikhail, a writ of appraisal for you, so you can know their value. I'll be happy to do that.
In time of need, if I have to sell them for whatever reason, then I can have that. If someone's trying to give me less than what they're worth, and if someone's trying to give me more, then, as you said, I'll just pocket the appraisal and agree.
I do have a personal question to ask you. I see you're being a bit uncomfortable in this conversation, and I've seen that look more than once before, my good man. Now, I'm not sure exactly how old you are, but you do seem to be of a ripe age for it. You're speaking gems, and with your edging in your seats, did you have a particular someone in mind that you were looking for a gem to give to?
Oh, now that you mention it, mayhaps, but I wasn't even really thinking of that. I was more so, coin I'm used to working with as a mercenary and a former, I guess I'm still a mercenary to some extent, as a member of the Free Folk, and my family traveling for much of my life, and me myself being a bit of a wanderer, so to speak. As lovely as a place as this is, it's a bit beyond my normal abode. And gems are a bit usually out of my realm of price and understanding. So my discomfort doesn't come anything that you're doing or your hospitality or even this conversation, more so than just a bit out of my element, so to speak. I'm aware of the customs of such a situation, I suppose, but I'm more used to working, getting paid, getting by, getting to the next job, and this whole ordeal needed to be done, and I'm glad to have been a part of it, and I hope to continue to impart such good in Adir, but it's one of the bigger tasks I've undertaken, and every part of it, from the task itself to the amount of bloodshed to the amount of people we've helped and lives we've affected, and then to this reward, or so to speak. It's all just it's a lot.
Well, I don't assume you have to decide right this second. I think
No,
we're gonna
the
spend a bit of time
gems
on
are
this too.
fine, and I would, coming from someone whose expertise lies in gems, it would be an honor to accept them. Just something that, again, I'm... it's hard to accept something like this, I suppose.
I understand. It's also something that is of immense value kept on your person. To that end, let me push this conversation one bit further for you. You are, as you said, of free folk descent, and I knew this, but I won't lie. Either you know how to clean yourself up, or one of your companions here did a fine job of it with you. I forgot for a moment your typical way of life, despite what it is that you've done for me these past couple weeks. Maybe the road isn't the best place to have something of immense value. I understand that Hardgwen has its lock boxes and the like that you can put them in, but also, if you would like, I can hold on to this item for you. It may seem strange to receive a gift that you don't walk away with, but indeed it would be yours, and I will gladly put a writ together stating just as much, should you ever feel you need to use that to your, need of proof.
Well, that much I will think on. I suppose it depends how soon we're traveling back to Hardgwen, or if I'm going north from here, or... I will think on that one. Perhaps I will let you know tomorrow as to that part. But, well, I'm not sure if this is the time or the place, but I do have a gem we came across that I wouldn't mind you taking a look at.
Oh, please. Do you remember the description of that one? I give you two
Gem unknown rough cut.
Oh, it was a rough cut. And did I say the size of it or no?
I don't have that in my notes.
Because the other one was a smaller one, right? This is the bigger one.
This is the
I
bigger
think
one.
it was size huge. I've got a feeling.
About fist sized.
The size of a gem doesn't necessarily mean its value, though it can. It's usually many other details.
I believe the other one, the one that we sold, was like was it like a light blue or sky blue something? If that helps.
I don't have a color in
Which
it.
of the two
I
was?
just have gem unknown rough cut as the description for it.
Yep. You're good. That works for me. Oh, no,
in parentheses, immense value, ginormous value,
huge,
one of a
value.
kind, the one gem.
The one gem to rule them all.
Yeah.
Where are there? Cool. So you pull out this gem and you hand it over to him, and he looks down at it and he says, "Oh, rough cuts." Was it rough cut? He goes, "Oh, this is rough cut. This is likely done just outside the mine, and it's not with the right tools. And certainly not much skill. This is I'd be curious to identify exactly what kind of stone this is. This is the sheen is the light that's coming off of it. Can be one of a few different. Do you mind if I hold on to this and give it back to you in a couple days' time? Give me some time to look it over and compare it to my notes. It could be one of 3 or 4 different stones."
No, that's absolutely fine. I imagine we'll be here for at least a couple of days. I believe we're waiting on someone.
That's good, because it would give me time to run it through a couple of tests that I would like to put it through. In the meanwhile, I will get together what your gift would be. And when you collect this and the writs, you can make the decision of what to do with the gift I will impart to you. Aldo, I assume sometime in the next couple of days you'll send to me the crossbow, and I will, of course, fulfill your request.
Yes, I'll have that done, as well as some instructions just for it. He nods.
At this point he's like, "Well, it was uncomfortable to cover these matters," and immediately Cleveland stands up. And since they're handled, good evening. And turns and just walks out. It's like,
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
oh yes. That is
God, is that a hint? Do you maybe need to?
No. I just
You're getting up there, man. If you were old
he just
10
goes
years
to his chair
ago,
now.
like, I don't know, we talked about the whole wisdom teeth thing, and you were like, yeah, I was old 20 years ago. So, like, if you need to go, man, go. I get it.
I don't recall speaking of wisdom teeth, but I do know that
Hey, you look great for your age. 3 feet tall, 70 years old. Don't look a day over it.
he looks to first Aldo's chick hand, looks over to Mikhail and realizes Mikhail's also a bit tipsy, and then realizes we've been drinking all evening. Maybe he's not making sense, or maybe I'm not understanding him, or some combination of them. He goes, you know what? Actually, you're probably not wrong. It is late, and perhaps I should retire for the evening. Otherwise, I might just droll on of the desire for grandchildren. Well then, gentlemen, again, thank you. I appreciate everything that you've done. You want to go ahead and roll me a sense motive check real quick?
I don't
Okay,
think
that's
we're
a nat-
sensing much.
That's a nat 20, so that's 26.
Cool, that makes more sense for you anyways.
10 for me.
You actually notice. You
A
actually
2
notice.
and a 10 for us.
You actually notice, Mikhail, that
Wait, we're the only ones in roll 20 right now. That's 2 nat 20s from us.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Wow, holy
Keegan.
crap.
You actually notice. Mikhail notices that he lingers for a second, like there was something else that he wanted to say, like there's this look like when somebody's like, oh, should I tell them? Probably not. And like whether you choose to interrupt, you can catch him like just as he's like turning to start heading out.
Yeah. So I kind of just that like noticeable look, like I realize that he's about to say something. I go, oh, was there something else?
Oh, it's official matters. Probably best to leave such things to be discussed in the council chambers,
I mean, we're already here.
Oh, true enough, but would it ruin? I suppose there's no surprise if it doesn't. Oh, blasted. A couple of the counselors, including myself, are interested in a more formal expression of appreciation for what it is that your merry bands has done for a deer. Certainly, we are looking to have something done in Loshev, but at the end of the council meeting earlier today, we even discussed potentially sending word elsewhere to see if any of the other towns would be interested in contributing. Let me say this, lest I ruin the surprise. Your group here, you have no name, do you?
Heroes of Loshev. He'll take another sip on his drink that just like
That lingers. He goes, indeed. Well,
No.
let me just advise. It is difficult to give formal appreciation without a formal name to show appreciation to.
Ah. That will take some pondering.
Well, I'm going to relieve myself for the evening. No, wait, that's not the word I wanted.
What about
Yes, it is.
the freer folk?
That's perhaps a degree of copyright infringement.
We'll work on it. the guys.
Koa, are you getting drunker by the second? What just happened?
I'm trying very hard to. Not gonna lie. At this point, he's gonna take another couple sticks.
I will not lie, that third option was probably the best of them all. And with that, good evening. Feel free to finish the bottle if you'd like, and I hope you enjoy a fine evening yourselves, and I'll see you in a few days' time.
Thank you again for all of your hospitality. This has been a fantastic evening.
One of the few times we've been able to relax. Like, reaches for the bottle. Just, he's already got it, doesn't he?
Aldo's like...
Just because he's gone doesn't mean the party ends, right?
I just wanted, like, one more refill, you know? I mean, I have to catch up with Koa.
Yes.
Oh, I see how it is. You gotta catch up with
I'm
Koa.
not catching you.
Well, Aldo is. Oh, yeah, I see.
Do you think that that fox lady would want to talk to us now?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, perhaps we should hit the tavern.
Let's go. Can we take one of these to go? I say to anybody that's around.
Referencing an unopened bottle?
Yeah.
Certainly. Give me one moment, and I will go and select a perfect one for you.
You're gonna get an open bottle filled with water. Cap.
Is there none on the thing or like around that I can see?
This isn't where the wine is stored. There's just the open bottle that you're already drinking out of.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yes, that would be great.
They leave and they'll come back a couple minutes later, and of course, when they do so, they do give you a bottle. It looks really fancy. The label is very fancy.
We're gonna take a bottle of wine into the tavern.
I don't think he intends for it to make it that far.
Hey, you got it.
It's for the road. Okay.
This is a night of celebration, Mikhail, and I've not gotten to let loose in quite a while, so I think that perhaps we're due for one, right? Plus, we have to come up with our name, and I think that the bottle will help us with inspiration.
Does this mean I have to be the responsible one?
Yes.
No.
Jolly.
Well, of the three of us, yes, but no.
You know what, Mikhail? The first one's for you, and I push the bottle into your chest.
The whole bottle? You
couldn't drink the whole bottle right now. Just get us started.
All right. He pops it open. Starts walking.
Cole will hold his like cup or whatever they've been drinking out, just hold it up to you as you start to pour your own, as in like.
He's like walking, filling glasses. Like, I don't know if we're supposed to take the glasses. Did he say? Someone will stop us if we're not supposed to.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I imagine you're outside and you're like, do we? And you just keep going.
Yeah. Someone will say something. Then no one does.
I might be back in.
Oh.
Not with where the viewers can see it yet, but where I can see things. So I'm still working.
Now he's going to know that we got our 20s. Good thing you edited it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Keep going. So you guys walk to the any more RP you want to have around this?
Yeah, as we're like drinking and going along, I agreed to take gems instead of money. What is wrong with me?
The gems are lighter and the value can be different. So, like, a coin is always a coin, but, like, some guy might want a gem more than he wants a different gem. Somebody take this bottle. He just hands it to Aldo.
Right.
So, I thought I was going to say something, but he seems to have shut his mouth for now.
Maybe that's our name, the gem takers. That's stupid.
I don't know. I think the guys was kind of genius.
The guys? No. If anyone ever hears I'm a part of a group called the guys, my reputation would never recover.
What about a pretty good reputation right
Aldo
now?
and Co?
Aldo and Koa, what about me?
Oh, I didn't say Koa. I said Aldo and Co.
I liked it
I'm not
better when
hearing
it
the
was Aldo
difference.
and Koa myself. I liked being a part of the name.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
those
you
are-
know, I could be talked into it.
I could put both of you to sleep and come up with the name myself. I mean, I can.
Oh yeah, you can't
I
put
would
me to
beat you
sleep.
in a
I
sword
could.
fight even in my
Do it.
sleep.
Yeah, you would, but I wouldn't be here for it because. So, look, Aldo, you don't actually want to go to sleep, okay?
The sleepy
I'll do it.
guys. That's also
That's
stupid.
somehow worse. We could be the. I hate all the ideas, but I have none.
Well, it sounds like someone's not the creative type whenever they've had a little bit of drink. Perhaps some genius
Oh.
will come out of this tavern quite like Dan did,
Did that come out of the tavern? I think he just started saying that in the prison.
I heard it in a tavern.
We all heard it in a tavern.
I mean,
I wasn't gonna say anything, Mikhail, but you know, word's been getting around that Dan is your song. I've been hearing that you've been going around
What?
telling people that. Yeah, that's what. Are you
I
saying
said it
you
was
didn't
a
know about
group
this?
effort. I've been saying it's a group effort. You started the tune. I came up with the melody later. Cole was
you
there.
gotta-
We corrected someone.
Yeah, and Tony was the remix.
I never heard. What? Which Tony?
You know,
Jail Tony?
Tony. Yeah, the big guy, Tony.
Yeah. Okay. No. No. Cole, you were there when I. Who was that? Jack. He thought it was my thing, and we corrected him. Remember? Yeah, I was honest.
Yes,
Cole knows. Yeah.
Yeah, he told Jack the truth. Now,
Listen, Mikhail, I'm just messing with you. If you want to say you made the song, you can say it.
Oh,
Alright.
good. So I will. All right.
if
Perfect.
you guys are going to argue about it, you can give me credit. I could use more titles.
Oh, we're not. He just said I could do it. So I will.
You're supposed to say no, we'll share the credit.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, we'll share the credit. Which
I
that's the
agree.
right
We
answer,
shall
right?
share the credit.
That's very nice of you, Mikhail.
Yeah, it is.
So,
Who are we looking for? That Fox lady?
who's that?
The
Oh.
one who you know.
Well, I just asked you if she would. Do you think she'd talk to us now instead of turning her back? I didn't.
Oh no, absolutely not.
What if we broke into the prison?
What if we did that? What?
Because
What
think
would you
about it,
find
right?
there?
People are always trying to break out of prison, but how many people break into prison?
Well, if
I don't
bad
know. We
people
probably
try to
don't hear
break
about
out,
them.
then perhaps the good ones would, in fact, break in.
I
I
wow.
don't think that's how that works.
It could be.
Are you
We
saying
need
you
a
couldn't do it?
name.
Just like you couldn't put anyone to sleep?
You see me do it, Aldo. I don't have to prove anything.
No, you don't have to prove anything to me, but what about everybody else? And he waves at the empty street.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about my adoring fans. I wouldn't want to scare them.
Well, are we breaking into the prison then?
The
No,
adoring,
Aldo, why?
adorable heroes of Edir. The songwriters,
Could be.
Dan Stoppers.
The dance stoppers.
It's funny because like
yeah, we
it could also
could.
be dance toppers, like people that dance on top of a bar. We're the dance toppers.
That's 100% how it would end up in like the game of telephone that is word of mouth.
Is dance a skill that perform? Acrobatics?
It's performed dance, yeah.
Excellent.
You know where our next skill
Stoppers.
rank's going.
I'm gonna give up on this naming convention. I am terrible with this.
We could be. I mean, let's see what
last chance. There goes the jail.
Slavery, right? We broke a bunch of people out of a terrible situation. We could be. We're not going to jail, Aldo. Why do you miss that place? Didn't it suck?
Honestly, it's probably the best part of this.
The Breakout Boys. We could be. No, that's stupid.
I don't know what that is. So stupid.
It's like his first idea is like, wow, bro.
Would it be break in boys? The breaking boys.
I feel that like that could mean something else. We could still do it. We could still use it.
Well, we're on a kind of a back path to the tavern. What if we're just the back path boys?
No.
Nope. All right.
I don't want to say anything that starts with free because then it's just always going to think of the free folk. Only one of us is that.
And we also don't want people to think we don't charge. We do want to be paid.
Yeah. That's
Yes, that's good to hear from you, Koa.
Could be the paid men. We'd be the
gold guys. Hey?
The bank boys.
At this point, are we just like hovering outside the tavern?
Yes.
Like we haven't gone in.
Yeah.
Just
I like the idea that you guys
Spooking
are actually
people
went to the tavern that doesn't stay up this late on this day, and you're hovering outside of a closed one, not realizing that this is the oh shit, wrong one.
That sounds like us.
Yeah.
yeah. Like somebody tried the door and then was like, like just forgot to address it.
I have absolutely gone drinking and like, oh, let's go to this place, and you go there and like they're not open, and you're like, you just hang out in the parking lot talking for way too long. Like, okay, what do we do next? Absolutely have done that.
Yeah, I guess we're in that state trying to come up with a name.
The virile men.
Hey, that might spread a certain kind of reputation. You know?
Koa is all
necessarily a bad
about
one.
spreading reputation, am I right? Yeah, but Miko.
More than reputation and other stuff.
Oh. You know, this place, I don't know, it doesn't seem to be open, but why don't we go to, what is it, the Forgotten Shield or some Stolen Shield? That's around here somewhere.
Busted Shield.
Wait,
I don't know, the one where you're
the-
supposed to steal the sign. Koa, you can't steal that sign.
Wasn't it the Broken Shield? Wasn't that the place I went to in Rid, or was that here?
I don't know.
Where was that? We're in Chev, right?
It's in the chef.
I hope
We're the
so.
heroes around here. He stays looking
That's
around
true.
at nobody that's around at the close tavern.
I wonder, what do you think? What do you think they're gonna do? Why do we need? Are they gonna make statues?
They're probably working on them
definitely.
now, honestly. Maybe that's the big celebration we're going to. They want to properly thank us by unveiling some heroic statue of me holding my sword, and then of you two doing whatever you do.
Exactly.
Liberators.
I think I can hear him chipping away at the stone right now.
Oh yeah, statues wouldn't be done like for a while.
That would take a while. Too bad we talked to Jim Smith instead of Stone Cutter.
I don't really want a statue. What if it's terrible?
How would it be terrible?
People are bad at stuff sometimes.
Then you make them do it again.
I don't like my gift. Regift it.
If they do a shit job.
What if it looks like that statue of Dwayne Wade?
I was thinking that. Didn't want to say it. Didn't know if he was from Loshev.
That's all I can think about as soon as I started thinking about statues.
That face is not good. Good.
If you haven't seen it, definitely look up the statue of Dwayne Wade and the man that it's supposed to be of.
Yeah.
I just want to shout out the
Scott, we
person in
see
chat
it.
who
It's
said
cool.
the 3 lashes.
Oh God, 3 lashes. The drunken vanguard. People are going off. I haven't been looking at chat. I've been giggling.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck,
Half of it's
Dan.
Koa giggling, half of it's me giggling.
Anyways,
Well, I don't know if there's a broken shield here. I went to one of those, I think, in Red. Is it like they have multiple locations?
I'm sure that there's a place where you're supposed to steal their sign here. Something
Yeah,
about
that
a shield.
happened.
Why would they design a
That was
place
the
where you're
thing.
supposed to steal from them? That seems...
I don't know.
Stupid.
I don't think you're supposed to, but I think people do it anyway. Which seems dumb.
Is it dumb?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little
Only
dumb.
a little.
No, it sounds like a ploy from the council, maybe, right? So, like, they spread a rumor that you steal the shield. You know, it's like a game, but then they lock you up and force you into doing something.
Wait, is that why you got
Horrible.
locked up?
You know, it could have been. I don't know at this point.
I thought it's because you got punched twice.
That's
Wait.
that's a thing that happened.
You stole a sign and got punched twice, and then you got forced to go into the woods to hunt down bandits.
Holy shit.
They really wanted you to die.
Yeah, I mean, I told them that.
Hey, Molly.
Molly!
hi Molly, how you doing?
How is Jackbox? Welcome, everybody. We're drunkenly
Hello.
trying to come up with a group name of our little party.
Oh, I
Yep.
have a fun
he
new
knows.
art for the for the stream.
I told him, Molly. I told him.
Fun new art for the stream. Ooh. Of course, now Rock Monter get out of here, Rock. There we go. Now you can see the art. Don't follow right now. I'm showing something. Mwah.
Who's that redemption
Wow.
for? Please
I have
spin me
no
all
idea.
night. Let someone else do it.
Molly, they're trying to name their merry band of adventurers.
So far, the best name we've had is The Guys.
I won't lie. It is unfortunately the best name.
It's.
And not from lack of trying.
I mean, we've been kind of trying.
Yeah, we're playing our characters, Scott.
Oh, sure, yeah. So the evening goes on. Your characters get into a little bit of shenanigans. To shore up how this evening does end, why don't we actually allow somebody in chat to roll a D100? Molly, you have an exciting day tomorrow. Do you want to go ahead and roll a D100 right now? Now, Wade believes that the die is cursed and it always rolls low. So low is going to be better. High is going to be worst. Okay?
It's exclamation point D100.
So I was like, she's got to know by now, but she literally asked as you were explaining. So never mind.
How would she know that? God damn it.
All right, Molly.
I knew it was gonna happen, dude. I knew it.
Look at that. She went to infinity and beyond.
As soon as we flipped it, I knew it was gonna happen.
Oh, thank you, Molly. You're the best.
So you
Awesome.
never flip it around. You just leave it.
In the
Just fucking
morning.
leave it.
When you guys wake up, you wake
I'll
up.
just put fatigue on, man.
No, you'll be fine. You can comment, no, it doesn't matter. In the morning, when you guys wake up, and you are a little bit rough from the evening beforehand. So one of the things I do want to say is that Koa, when he finally comes to and realizes that he comes to realize that he's not alone. He had succeeded his conquest last night. He
Fox?
went looking for that fox lady, and he found somebody else, but he was not alone this evening. So, and that is an absolute W. Okay.
Hey, he's got a crush, but he's not in a relationship. It's fine.
Then you have Mikhail. Mikhail also was out for the evening of drinking, so on and so forth, and he also wakes up alone. That's right. Mikhail is also able to put another notch on his belt for his evening of excitement and so on, which is absolutely great news. Aldo wakes up to a knock on his door. Like, a knock on his door for him to wake up. And when he finally comes to from the knocking on the door, he does so realizing he is also not alone. That's right. In Aldo's bed with him, he has a large sign that he's cuddled up next to. And as he's like, what the hell is this? And he goes and he like shifts to like push that sign off of the bed. Thunk, thunk. He realizes there's another sign in the bed with him. Apparently, he had a...
I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was gonna be he looks to his left and there's Koei. He looks to his right and there's Mikhail.
That's what I thought was gonna happen too. I was so worried. I was like, shit.
I was thinking he was gonna wake up in jail. But
I also thought that might happen.
You're heading there now.
There's again a rap on the door to wake you up as you're realizing these signs in your bed.
I just cover them with a blanket and I stumble to the door.
You open the door, I assume Buck as always, and like Sel's old roommate. And so you open the door and there is an officer standing there, a guard standing there, and they go, excuse me, we had reports last night that a couple of objects went missing, and investigation brought us to this place. And they give you like kind of a funny look, not because you're naked. They got over that pretty quickly, but then they like full on take on your disheveled face, hair, a mess, so on and so forth. They give you like a strange look for a second, and then they press on. Did you perchance happen to see some signs coming into the inn last night? Perhaps they found their way into your room.
No, I did see something of the sort. I think it was a big guy's name, Tony. Yeah, he was like ripping signs out left, right, and center.
Tony was on duty last night, and I don't think he was doing that. Step aside. I'm gonna go check out your room.
Are you really doing this right now? Because like last time I was here, you had one guard doing human trafficking, one guard who's a drug dealer apparently, and now you're trying to tell me that it's in like you can't understand that Tony may not have been just doing guard work. This place, man, I'm telling you, there's like you are just corrupt as they come.
It's that last line.
How
there.
about
He goes,
you go and tell you go investigate Tony, then you come back and see me. I mean, you can't even investigate your own.
It's literally that like pitchy, whiny, defensive offense, like that, like not even defending, that like never be on the defense, right? Always be on the offense, pitchy, whiny kind of voice, where it clicks why you look familiar. He goes, wait a second. What's your name?
Is there a mirror in my room?
You guys got decent rooms here, so let's say yes.
Yeah, give me a second. He just like ducks his head and looks in the mirror, and he just looks like normal Aldo. He comes out. He's like, Aldo.
He goes, Aldo. I'm sorry. I did not realize you were one of the heroes of Loshev. Did you hear anything about these signs? You said Tony was a part of it.
Listen. I seen a guy looked like Tony. It could have been another Tony. I don't know how many Tonys are in this town, but I'd start there.
Yeah, he goes, oh, okay. Listen, again, terribly sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. Says, I will leave you to it. Thank you for everything you've done. Again, sorry about that. Make the rest of us look bad, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he then turns and he starts to walk away as you start to shut the door, and then stops and says, "Hey, a quick question.
Yeah.
There's a rumor going around that that song that well, kind of embarrassed to ask this. Would you mind introducing me to Mikhail?"
You know what? I will introduce you later today. Come back at what's the time now?
It's about noon.
Come back at dinner time.
Yeah, of course. Give you a chance to get cleaned up and dressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks. And turns and leaves.
Yeah.
Cool.
Fucking hell.
Arthur just shuts the door, looks over, takes his thing off the signs. Can these signs fit out like the window? Can I like try and jam them through the window?
Hit the guard on the way
the
out.
guard is walking out and he hears the second sign land on top of the first sign and looks up and sees you go,
You're just singing Dan while you do it.
oh my God. Anyways, so yes, you can absolutely do that. And likely the guard will see it, but they're not going to press it any further. They're excited they're going to get to meet Mikhail. Did you look at the signs at all, or did you really not just give a shit?
Oh no, I definitely looked at the signs.
So one of them was the broken shield. You know, from
Don't throw that one out.
what?
I don't throw that one out.
Oh, you don't throw. Okay, so you keep one of the two signs. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So one of them was the broken shield, and the other one, it was funny. Somebody suggested it earlier. I'm totally going to take the suggestion. It was literally the sign outside the jail.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Nice.
Awesome.
It's got like a little under thing where it's like Aldo's P.O. box is also there.
So, but you keep the broken shield one. And anyways, I don't think there's anything we need to immediately do. So I'm going to jump to a couple of details here. First and foremost, a letter was left for you, Mikhail. When you come downstairs the next day, you speak to the in-person, they'll say, I was speaking to one of my friends earlier, and I was talking about, you and your companion staying at my inn. And they were saying that apparently a letter was left at theirs for you because you had stayed at the other inn before. So they had given it to me to deliver, if you don't mind. And he'll give you a letter.
Oh, thank you.
It's not like sealed or anything like that. It's just folded up. It's clearly been traveled on the road for a bit, so on.
Cool.
Oh, I said Mikhail. Fuck.
You did.
I meant Aldo.
Okay.
Wait, what? Aldo has a letter?
Yeah, Aldo has a letter, not Mikhail.
You just got a letter.
Oh, God.
Wonder who it's from.
Is that Blue's Clues?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I never
All
watched.
right, I'm gonna open the letter
Blue's
then.
Clues. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
open
open
it,
the letter.
Yeah, so you open it up and
Yeah.
it says,
It's anthrax. Oh shit.
it's not the United States yet. So it opens up. It says, Aldo. I hope that it says, Billy. I hope this letter finds you well. Genuinely sorry to have kept you in waiting for so long. Unfortunately, I had to be pulled away for a couple of other tasks. It will be another few weeks before I'm able to return to Loshev, so we may move forward with the plans that we had in place. Rest assured, I did indeed collect what it was that I needed to, and am gathering the supplies that you will need to continue on. There is rumor, by way of Hodgwen, that you have been traveling with two others. I will take to it that you would need supplies for 3. If this is inaccurate, please go ahead and forward a letter to this address in Hodgwen, and I'll be more than happy to make the appropriate alterations in advance. Sincerely, Elliot Mon.
All right. Well, I'm gonna pocket that letter then, and I don't need to do anything because he said I don't have to do anything, right? He said if it's incorrect, to write back to him.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh. Wow, Aldo being altruistic. I thought for sure he'd be like, yeah, there's 10 of us.
Cool. So that happens. Jumping ahead another couple of days, one of the things you guys, it turns out, apparently that evening did not end abruptly. as you know, you went and had your own little adventures, either together, separate, or what have you. You had your little adventures there, and you had your fun days, nights, whatever, right? Apparently, as the evening went on, you talking about the name that you wanted to give to your group, the name that has started floating around that other people started calling you is the Dandadan. And so Dandadan is what ended up coming out because of you guys just being as intoxicated as you were and just continuing to joke and so on and so forth. So I'm not saying that this is a permanent name, but you have started being referred to as the Dandadan. And,
I'm okay with us last night being referred to as the Dandadan.
Yes.
It'll make the new name disassociated with that.
This is the point where we have a serious meeting. We're like, we got to stop drinking. Like, this is not. This is just not.
You fucked up.
Not gonna happen.
you go full
Aldo will
John
initiate the
Mulaney.
stop drinking meeting. Please, let's RP that. I want to hear Aldo come to us like, guys, alcohol's bad.
The Dandadan's just one step too far.
Can't do it.
Awesome.
I've done a lot of fucked up shit in my time, but Dandadan, oof.
We're talking about waking up with like some hotties, and you're like, I woke up with a sign, a letter, and being called the Dandadan man. It's time to stop. I got a splinter in a place I don't want to talk about.
The other thing I want to go over is Wade, if you could do me a favor and choose 3 people in chat to roll a D100. 3 individual people. They'll have to do them one at a time. And I'll collect the results afterwards. And then we're going to have you talk to Gem Smith again.
Let's go with Vanima, Mean Chip Guy, and Solo wants to do it, so sure.
Okay, cool. Let's grab those 3.
What are they rolling? D20s?
D100s.
D100. Exclamation point D100.
Yep. So we'll collect those. I see the 21. We'll collect the 3 numbers afterwards. If somebody can just put them all together afterwards for me and chat, that'd be great. Wade, to you. When you go back and speak with him, he says, oh, this is quite the interesting stone that you were able to bring to me. Please understand that this stone here, Koa, is rather unique. It is not of the immediate region. In fact, this kind of stone, as far as I know, I've never heard of it being mined in Adir, so likely it's traveled this way through commerce over some amount of time. Usually they would be mined out of the mountain ranges found in the region that borders Kajinksi and I believe the Dale lands over far east of here. The type of stone was difficult to discern, but there's a strange reaction that it has when you press it to metal. Please see this yourself. And he hands you like a bit of a copper coil, like a bit of a copper, again, coil or thread or whatever, and hands you the stone and says, put them both in the palm of your hand and hold them tight together. Not so tight as to, leave a blemish, but strong contact.
All right. Play this game. He does it.
Nothing. Until after like several moments, maybe like a dozen seconds or so, you start to feel it growing warm. At first you thought it was just growing warm because like you're holding something tight in your hands. That happens, especially if it's something like metal. But then after like the next 6 to 8 seconds, it's growing warmer to the point where you're like, oh no, this is like, have you ever had like those hand warmers? You like crack them and you put them in your hands in like the wintertime, right? So not quite as hot as those get at their peak, but warm, like one of those after they've been on for like half an hour or so, right? It's like properly warm, and it's warm to the touch. She says, it's a strange reaction, isn't it? That happens when pressed to certain metals.
Yes, it's interesting. Again, I don't know much about gems, but I've never heard of one doing this without fire or something else being under it.
It's a nargem is what it's called. Nargems are unique stones, very, very, very rare. This one is not particularly large in size, and unfortunately, whomever had done work with it beforehand handled it like a beast. I swear you would have had a better result were it a goblin using an owlbear's talon to get the job done. Unfortunately, this is where it is. Now, if you would like, I'd be willing to work with this stone and cut it proper for you. It would likely increase the value. I'll be honest with you, Koa. I've never cut this particular stone before, so it will take me some time. At the very least, weeks to acquire the necessary materials to know the best way to cut this kind of gem, and then the actual time to plot and to do the work, plus polishing and so on. We're looking maybe a few months from now to have it completed, but in the end, it is a bit of a gamble. It has value. It's a very rare stone, and that value could go up if it's proper cuts. And I am very skilled at what I do. I've just never worked with this particular stone before.
Well, I have no doubt you'll do good work, and it's just been sitting in my pocket anyway. So, yes, by all means, see what you can do with it.
I'd be more than happy to. I mean, look at this thing. It's deep, fiery orange hues that it gives off. Oh, it is truly magnificent. And the impurities that you find inside of it, yeah, they are very few. I can show you it under magnification, but I don't know how much you care to go into these kind of details.
Perhaps after you've properly cut it, I'll take another look a little bit closer, but for now, I'll just trust it in your care and be glad to provide you the opportunity to mess with a stone you've never gotten to mess with before. Never too late to learn, right?
Indeed, and again, thank you. Well, as for other stones for you, I again wanted to show my gratitude. So I did have these 3 stones I wanted to share with you. Give me 1 second, please. The first one I'm going to share with you is this this spinel that I have. Deep blue in color. Very, very rich indeed. This is a truly magnificent stone. Now, I will have you know that this the stone here, in accordance to my assessment of it, what's the word I'm looking for here? Hold on. Appraisal of the stone is worth no less than 4 gold, 7 silver, and 3 copper. No less than that.
Okay, what was it one more time?
A deep blue spinel. Spinel. Spinel.
Okay, and what was the value again?
No less than 4 gold, 7 silver, 3 copper.
All right, thank you. Is he showing me the gems while he's describing them?
Yes, he is, and does hand it to you for you to look at. It's sitting on top of like a little bit of a cloth or whatever it is for you to touch. As a stone, this kind of stone is not a incredibly valuable stone in and of itself, because they're just less rare, so on and so forth. The lower on the Mohs scale, so they don't hold value over the years if they're used like abusively or whatever. But they can be very, very valuable. So it's not very large in size. Sorry, my apologies. It is a decent size, but not like this big gaudy thing. Like when you're thinking of stone sizes, Wade, I know we played video games and we get this perspective, but you've actually gone gem shopping for your spouse before. You know what it's actually like, right? So there's like, it is a smaller stone that you see, but this is probably one of the bigger ones that you've ever like kind of seen in person for your character, right?
Okay.
He says, now understands that it is decent in size, but unfortunately the clarity of it is not the greatest. It's hidden well from the deep blue color, but somebody who knows what they're talking about will notice those details. You might be able to sell it for a considerable bit more if it has of interest to someone. Do you care about like the shape of the stone or anything like that, Wade, or do you just not give a shit about that kind of stuff?
I mean, it's fine. I don't know if Koa would care much because he doesn't know a whole lot about it.
Sure.
But like you can describe it. I'll put it in the notes.
Yeah. So this would be like cut into a pear or what people call a teardrop shape. It's deep blue in color. He says, just be mindful of the edge there. Something like that is fragile if you are going to be traveling with it.
It's very pretty and pretty large. So thank you very much.
Says, of course. As for the next one, and he goes and pulls out. There it is. Okay. For this next one, he pulls out a. Where was that number there? He pulls out a tourmaline for you. And when he pulls out the tourmaline to show to you, tourmaline are like this aqua color, if you will, Wade. And this is in a classic Asher cut. For those of you that don't know what an Asher cut is, if you ever see a stone that looks like it, like if you flip it upside down and it looks like a pyramid, that's an Asher cut. It's like a step cut going into it. Technically, an emerald cut is a type of Asher cut. Anyways, so it's square in shape. And it has an Asher cut to it. This one is smaller than the other stone, but you can see straight through it. Like even you with an untrained eye and, you know, using whatever basic magnification he has there, can see this thing is clear as fuck. Anyways, he says, this one right here, I would not accept anything less than 5 gold and 2 silver for this one. No less than that. If someone offers less, I suggest you let them know the indignation of such an offer.
5 gold, 2 silver, no less. Got it. This one, wow, this one really catches the eye.
Indeed, it is quite the beautiful stone. I don't know what friends you have, but that you were thinking of the other evening. Sorry. I don't know what friends you have that you were thinking of the other evening, but should they have green eyes, this stone may go well for them. Blue eyes.
What color are Gwen's eyes?
Now that I can actually look it up now that I have Roll20 back. I wanted to look it up earlier because I was going to make that reference the other day. Sorry, like in game the other day, but I couldn't open the sheet. Hey, chat, does anybody remember what Gwen's eye color is? I want to say it's brown, but I'm trying to find it. Ah, shit. Give for me a second.
All right, cross it.
Give for me a second, please. Please. Я не бьет честно мне. I believe she has brown eyes, to be clear. Oh, it's green eyes.
You had a problem with the redemption.
Hazel eyes. That's why, Joey, thank you. It's hazel eyes, which hazel eyes with the right outfit, so on and so forth, can look green. So she has hazel eyes. And then Wade, the final one there that they pull out for you is, because they rolled a 21, was it? 21, yeah.
21. It was 21, 80 something,
yep.
And 83 and 98.
Yep. The other thing is going to be an opal. So as for this opal, this is going to be like an Australian style opal. So it's going to be like what's called a black opal. So it is like deep blue in color, but has like the edges of it raising from blue to being almost like purplish. The whole thing has this like sheen to it that looks like it's on fire. Like as you're like moving it around and looking to opalescence, it is almost looks like it's on fire. It's absolutely beautiful. This is not a small stone. The whole design to it is like this big oval shape, and it is cut very flat on one side to make it good for setting, and it has this like big kind of like rising, almost like rising bread in the oven. You know what I mean? Like it is a beautiful stone, and they say. This one here, I want you to understand, even if you choose to travel with the other two, I do suggest you leave either this one with me or have me transport it to Hardgwen for you. Opals are among my favorite stones. They hold a very special place in my heart. This particular opal is among one of the best ones that I have ever worked with in my life. It is a beautiful stone. For this here, well, and he slides you over the paperwork for you to take a glance at it, and says, opals are fragile. As a matter of fact, not only are they fragile, the way that they work for the long-lived peoples, Perrin gnomes, over the course of their entire life, they can literally watch the luminescence coming off of the stone alter over time. They can see the stone change before their very eyes throughout their lives. But this stone here, oh, if it were to get a blemish on it, it would break my heart. You're hearing this, and you look down at the paperwork to see there, and when you look over all the details, and then you see the appraisal, and you realize that in accordance to his appraisal, this is worth 131 gold pieces.
Excuse me? 131? You did save the best for last.
He with this, he kind of gives you a serious look, and he says, Mikhail found out what happens to my son, and he came to me. He came to me directly and informed me of what happened, and all but begged to offer aid. Mikhail is a good man, a name that I will defend until my last days. But when you heard of what happens without having ever met my son, you just heard of the situation. You dove before it the same way as you did the bolts that attacked Phil's family. You are a good man, Koa. Perhaps not as good of a man as Mikhail, he says playfully, but a good man nonetheless. You are few and far between your kind. I appreciate not only your so quickly jumping to aid my family and helping Mikhail, but also the guidance that you've given Aldo to make him be as decent of a person as he has been. Thank you. Thank you for what you've done.
It was the right thing to do, and I just wish with Phil and even with a few of the others I could have done a bit more, but I can always strive to be better. Mikhail is the gold standard after all. He'll say with a smile.
Yeah. He of course, also finds the funny chuckles, whatever. And
this is almost too much. I did not expect the first two. I was like, oh wow, that's very valuable. But this is. I will take you up on your offer to see it transported to Hot Gwyn. I wouldn't want it to be messed up in our travels, and this is a gift I do not accept lightly. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your saying that. And because you have said that, I have already prepared this documentation for you. I assume you do not have an account at the bank in Hot Gwyn yet, so this will also help to expedite your establishing...
Oh, I do, actually.
Oh. My apologies for making a rude assumption.
No, prior to our last visit, I did not have one, but, the boys and I decided that maybe it was time, so we went in there and, worked it out with the person behind the desk and got accounts opened and, deposits made, so, there are accounts there.
Wonderful. Then, they'll make this even easier. This paperwork, feel free to look it over, but with your signature on it, it will ensure that this gets locked under your name in the bank there.
Well, thank you again for all of this, and I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit nervous at my choice to take you up on the offer for gems, but I do not come away disappointed. As value aside, I mean, for the first time ever actually paying attention and looking at them, I truly do see some beauty in there that I perhaps have overlooked for my life. So, thank you for not only sharing your wisdom, but sharing your craft with me.
Truth be told, Koa, I was concerned that all three of you would choose coin. I don't keep that much in my estate or on my person. Were to all three of you choose it, I don't know if I would have been able to give you an adequate reward. But, lo and behold, here we are.
Guess none of us chose it, which is honestly a surprise to me as well. As nice as it is to not have to need coin, unfortunately, well, at least in my line of work, it's the only way we get by, right?
He says, I wouldn't know, but I do appreciate your informing me. I hope to never have to work with peoples like yourself. Oh no, this sounds incredibly rude.
No, you're correct in not wanting to have to. It's sometimes a nasty business. Whenever your biggest concern are whether your armor is strapped on properly and your blade is sharp enough. It's a very different type of lifestyle that I'm sure you're accustomed to, and I'm sorry that your son had to experience any of it. So you're right to hope to not need services like that again.
I do sometimes worry about that boy. With what he experienced, his accounts and yours, he seems to walk away unscathed. That certainly can't be true. There must be demons he's wrestling deep down within. There is no way someone can walk away from an experience like that unaffected. But the damned boy won't open up to me. He's not opened up to anybody since his mother passed. He's a good man, but it is difficult getting through to him.
He's a tough lad. To see what he saw and to be able to even give the appearance of being okay is something. And perhaps in time he will open up. All three of us who helped save him will never be the same after seeing what we saw there, and we were only there for hours. So I can't imagine it, and I can't imagine talking about it would be easy either, so perhaps just give him some space for a bit and see where it goes.
Honestly, I wish he would just find someone to tussle with and see if he could work out his frustrations that way, but
there's quite a few at the taverns, let me tell you.
What was that, sir?
There's quite a few of them at the taverns, so send him out one night.
Oh, well, if you can get him interested, then please do. But in the meanwhile, enough of him. I'm sure his ears are burning, as they say. Well, Koa, again, thank you. If I may be so bold as to suggest, I'm not sure what is on the immediate horizon for you and your companions, but might I suggest not traveling too far or for too long? There may be something of interest for you and your, I believe, Dandadan, in a short time.
Hold on. What is that? Dandadan? What is that?
Oh, I heard of it in the markets yesterday morning. Apparently, the heroes of Loshev, the chain breakers of Adir, and some other such are known as the Dandadan. And well,
no, that was a joke that probably went a little too far. That's not an actual name, no.
Oh,
no, that's a terrible name. I mean, just you heard it yourself out of your own lips. It just that rolls off the tongue all wrong. Just a joke.
I will express my relief in hearing that. As much as I, at first, neither liked the sounds nor it didn't sit well with me. I did hear later on that day when I inquired a friend of mine that apparently within the cells, Dan had heard the rumor, the former guardsman had heard the rumor of that name, and he has grown white with fury. So,
well, a horrible person like that being upset makes it all the better as a joke, and not a real name then, right?
Oh, please, in the name of all of the gods, kindly or otherwise, do not use a name like that.
I'll talk with the others, and we'll let you know what the actual name is once we come up with one. But it's definitely not Dan to Dan. As far as sticking around town, I'll see what we can do. Long story short, I owe someone some woodwork back in Hodgwin. Promised to sand down a shop. And on top of that, well, the boys and I, the guys, we're working on it. Well, we're gonna have some other things we need to take care of, and a couple of them are a little bit more time sensitive, I think. So, I'll mention it to him. Do you have an idea about how long you're thinking we need to be around or close by?
Oh, truth be told, if you can just return and be here maybe 3 weeks' time would probably be best.
3 weeks. All right. That's I'll give you a solid. We'll do our best.
Says, well, Koa, I have some matters to get to. Please, always find my home welcoming. Please, I do not care if it is in the middle of the night, early in the morn. I do not care if I am within my estate or otherwise. If I am not home, there is always somebody here. I do keep a gentleman of the house to oversee things in my absence. I am getting up there in age. The door is open to you. To you and Mikhail, absolutely. You come knocking, and it will open and welcome you.
That is probably the correct two.
Oh, Aldo as well, of
You
course.
could not afford his drinking habits.
That boy does seem to get around the bottle, doesn't he?
Like you wouldn't believe.
And I was concerned that maybe he would rub off on my son, but fortunately they have not spent much time together.
Well, he did disappear a bit last night, perhaps to get to some of that tomfoolery like you were hoping. So perhaps it's not all bad. I have yet to see him today, so I'm interested to hear of his adventures.
Well, either way, stands up, goes to lead you to the door.
Unless there's something else we need to do, we can just...
Yeah. Do you take those other 2 stones with you?
Oh,
The tourmaline and the
he didn't seem
spinel?
concerned about those at all, right? So yeah, I think Ko will take those.
He would prefer all 3 of them be stored somewhere, but those 2, he's like, you're welcome to travel with them. You know, they're yours.
In that case, no.
You can take them all. They all belong to you. He was just like, this one, please let me lock it up. Please, 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 please.
I think based on what we're doing, he would have them all sent to Hodgwin. I think Hodgwin's fine.
Okay, then Wade understand that it'll probably take a few weeks to get there, but then otherwise that will be kept in Hodgwen. For chat and for Wade's edification, it's important to note that objects like this cannot transfer between banks the same way that like money can.
In Diablo, if I open my stash in any town, it has all my stuff in it, Scott.
Yeah, it's a video game. But what I was going to say
Well, there was one of those at one point, remember, Scott?
What I was going to say is you can use that as collateral to take a loan out, though. Like the writ that you have within Hodgwen can be updated so that you can actually use something like that as collateral to take a loan out. So your character could theoretically like go in somewhere and take like 100 gold piece loan or something like that against something like that as collateral, which is in any bank as long as, again, your paperwork's updated or whatever, which is good news. Cool. Anyways, where were we? Yeah, so you're able to leave and the team can converge. Before we drop this into where this meta conversation we're going to have, I didn't know if there was any in-game chatter the 3 of you would want to have, or if there was any individual in-game chatter your characters would want to have. Like, for instance, Keegan, I said that you didn't wake up alone when you were here. I believe we can all imagine who it was that you spent your evening with. There was the lady guard that you had grown friendly with before.
Trinity. Yeah.
I didn't identify that before, but that was who clearly it was. Whereas Koa was having a bit of a...
Definitely the fox girl.
a tussle of his own. So I didn't know if there was any, because stating that, Keegan, I didn't know if there was any RP you wanted to have with her, or if you're like, no, we just are friendly and kind of like move on. If there's any RP you guys wanted to have in this town in general.
I'm okay to move on for now.
Okay. Cool. If there's no other individual RPs to have, before your characters go your separate ways, which we're going to get into, I don't know if you wanted to have a team RP, and then I'm also going to bring in the Maltese to have a chat with you.
Yes, team RP.
Cool.
We cannot be the Dan.
Cool. So, it's one of those things where you guys do arrive, and I will say that at one point in time today, Aldo, it was probably you that saw the Maltese people, and one of them kind of like asked you, like, "Hey, what's going on?" And your character just being like, hungover and not giving a shit at the moment, just kind of like wave them away. Oh, later, talk later. And so that will, as a reminder, to bring into your inter-party chat. All right, go ahead, guys. To set the scene here for you, it's probably later in this day, like well into the afternoon, and your characters can meet together. We'll say that there's a tavern here that your characters like frequenting. Maybe the Broken Shield. You guys can head to and grab a bite and talk. So the Broken Shield, being as it is, it always has some amount of individuals that will be there. So it's quiet. It's not overly bustling or anything like that. And you guys are now all known to be the heroes of Loshev, and the rumors being verified not just from the council members, but others coming up the river's edge about what you've done here. People give you like your space. I feel like, oh, we're going to grab that table. They're like, yes, you will. You will have that table. And sometimes people come over and be like, hey, thank you. Like, or maybe they point it out or so on. Like there's a degree of notoriety that happens here, which is kind of nice. And even during this lunch that we're going to have you RPing through, at one point in time, somebody walks in from outside and they just like are covered in, road dirt or whatever it is. And then eventually like they look over and they see the three of you. They give you kind of like
14?
What?
I'm pretty content with my night.
Oh. So
I thank you.
So you guys are able to my brain's not working, I'm sorry. Wade, so you guys see that this person gives you like kind of like a sour look and an appraising look, but then eventually goes over to the bar and has like, again, looks over the shoulder with a sour look at you multiple times, and then eventually a whole pitcher of ale is placed down, and the bartender says, I just wanted to let you know that the gentleman sitting at the bar over there, he has family in Forvin. They do farming, pretty decent sized estate. Anyways, heard rumor of what it is that your group of people did, what it is that the Dan did, and he wanted to let you know that drinks are on him all night.
Are we all three here, or is this to one of us specifically?
All three of you are here.
Did somebody curse us? Is this what's happened?
No.
Oh, you dropped a curse?
No. I do have some
Okay,
stuff
I'm
I have
just
to
wondering.
read, but no. I didn't get a chance to read it.
But the Dan is
appreciate
definitely not a
that.
curse. I'm just 100%.
Things have been dropped. I haven't read them, though.
Don't worry about it.
So we can overcome it. We let them know we appreciate it. We're not called the Dan, though.
He goes, huh? Oh, sure. And then he like leans in as what's his name? Aldo is like grabbing the thing and pouring his thing. He leans in and says, I did warn him about Aldo, and he didn't seem to mind. I'll just give you like a shrug.
Huh. Guy's got some coin.
And then because Aldo spent more time here at the Broken Shield than anybody else, if I recall correctly from your session zeros.
Or last night.
Aldo, they smile at Aldo because they like him, and then they fuck off, allowing you guys to get into your RP. So I imagine again, you grab your mugs, look over the person, and raise an appreciation, and they'll raise their mug and like it's like almost like a toast together, and he doesn't come over and speak to you.
I'm not gonna lie, I had
Smile,
a pretty good night, boys. I think I'm gonna go a little lighter on the drinking this time, though.
I think we all need to. Did you hear what they're calling us?
Yes, even the councilman referred to us as the Dan.
Yeah, that that's worse than the guys.
I thought the guys was pretty good. Maybe that's the hangover.
Maybe. Either way, look, I've been trying to think, and I realize I'm not great at coming up with names for groups of people, just not a thing I studied.
You know, I'm
But-
starting to worry about you a bit, Mikhail. I mean, your best song was written by Aldo, and now the simple thing is coming up with a title, and you're struggling a little bit. Isn't this your area of expertise?
It needs to be lasting, all right? It's not just a ditty that you just pop off out of nowhere with a bunch of baby oil. So I have to come up with something that is worthy of a legacy.
That baby oil comment to go over everyone else's heads, because damn. All right. All right, sorry. Not feeling great. Had a bit of a coughing fit.
See, that's why you gotta lay off. Or switch to something else. I'm used to expressing these things in music, not necessarily lyrics.
Well, how about
But
you
I've
write
got
the
some
song
ideas.
about group names, the song.
Yeah, group names the song. No, look, I have made some progress, okay? I've come up with stuff like The Unfettered or The Road Keepers, but I'm not sold on those. Doesn't it kind of feel like we're the only ones doing this sort of thing? I mean, it's not the case, but it's like we run into other groups that are going around freeing the incarcerated, the wrongly incarcerated, or waylaying bandits that have been terrorizing the roads, like exploring ancient ruins and surviving to tell the tale.
I suppose that's true. I mean, would be nice, wouldn't it? Like, imagine if we'd showed up at the cave and like another group of men with their like hired help has showed up and they were like, "Oh, hey, here to stop the slaves too." Yes. Oh, great. Team up.
Yeah, it would be. But that's not been our experience. And
No.
from what we're hearing, I mean, the fact that, heck, we didn't come up with a name, so people came up with one for us. What we're doing,
I'm not entirely
is-
convinced that we didn't come up with Dan to Dan last night because honestly, I woke up with someone very attractive, mind you, that I don't even remember speaking to. Aldo, I remember slinking off, looking at somebody, I think, last night. So hope you had a good night too, Bao.
I think he was
But,
looking at this. He, like, doesn't say it.
You look at Aldo, and he took a sip of his beer, but he's actually just staring at his mug, just kind of swirling it around.
That's
okay?
good or that bad because you're not. There's drink in there and you're not partaking at the moment. Koa looks genuinely concerned looking at you. Like,
So
like,
does
oh my
Mikhail.
god, we were cursed.
Like, he broke. Oh, God.
Yeah, no, last night was great. It's just, I mean, you already said it, right? Yeah,
Oh, you're depressed
calling
about
us
the
the
name.
Dan to Dan. Yeah.
Then good. This should be a solution. I propose we call ourselves the Valiant Few.
Valiant Few.
Yes.
I mean, Roadkeepers kind of had me at first, but the Valiant Few.
I was a little partial to it originally, but this one grew on me. I mean, it's honest. It's kind of rolls off the tongue. It's easy to remember. You could include it in a song without too much difficulty.
TVF. I could picture the T with a V and then somewhere there's an F.
You really do have an artistic mind, don't you?
If that's what it takes to be artistic, then yes, I should have gone down that route because, I got 2 out of the 3 letters in my head. I don't know what to do with the F. Maybe the F is coming off the bottom of the T looking like an axe. Valiant Few.
Could be.
Aldo, what do you think of Valiant Few? Better than Dan to Dan? No?
Oh, it's a low bar.
Yeah. I hope it, whatever it is, catches on. Like I said, I'm still partial to the guys, but the Valiant Few it does it's not too bad.
We can always call ourselves the guys. I like it as well, but I'm not sure it's as catchy for like a heroic, like we want to hire these men kind of name.
You don't think so?
I think it could get used in common conversation, get mixed up too easily, so be harder to catch on. Because, you go out drinking with the guys, but that doesn't... Do you mean the guys, or just your group of boys?
People only wish they could go out drinking with the guys. Right, Aldo?
Hey, that's right.
I mean, yeah,
Do you take a sip, or are you still not drinking? Because Koa is like paying attention.
No, he's starting to warm up a bit now that we're getting away from Dan to Dan. So he definitely takes a sip, but he doesn't keep drinking. He just takes another sip, and you can see there's a bit of color return to his face.
Not gonna lie though, in the heat of the moment, we find he starts to say Beltran's name, but you can see him like catch himself. We find Tor, someone leading one of these nasty groups. And we announce ourselves like, "Stop, villain! The guys are here," or "Stop, villain! For we are the Valiant Few." They're both a bit cheesy, no?
They definitely belong in different plays. Or no, perhaps the same.
Still, though, both better than saying, "Stop, villain! For we, the Den."
No! Oh, God, I didn't want to hear that.
Everyone, it's just a joke name. The joke name. Terrible, right? That one's the worst. We can all agree on that.
It's absolutely the worst. Look, if it's between that and the guys, then we're the guys. But those are my submissions.
Well, I mean, as the person who said the guys, I think. Love it. However, Valiant Few, definitely a better mercenary group name. Aldo, what do you think? As the writer of the most popular song in Nadir, I can only imagine your linguistic prowess can help guide us in this crossroads we found ourselves in. Yes?
I mean, I really like the guys, but the Valiant Few. It's I mean, if you're gonna write songs about things, probably the Valiant Few.
Yeah. Leaves room for expansion, too. We could have other members. They're not assumed to be men.
Perhaps if we're going incognito, right? We have multiple names. We're known in one nation as the guys, and another as the Valiant Few, and nowhere Dan to Dan. Let's be clear, nowhere do we want to be known.
Yeah, no.
But who knows? We could have wealth pouring in from around the world for our valiant deeds.
Would be nice.
Glad to get a water or something. I don't, man. Not really feeling this today. 3 drinks, but ooh.
No, it would be nice, honestly. And, if someone's going to refer to us, or to themselves, as one of the Valiant Few.
Just does have a secretive organization, a cool kids club ring to it, right?
Yeah, I thought so. So I don't know. Are we agreed? Is that what the name we spread around?
Cole looked at Aldo first.
I'd go for it, Mikhail. That was a good idea.
But are we in agreement?
I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, he just gives you a knowing nod.
You really want to be the guys?
Look, the Valiant Few is a good name.
Okay.
We are officially the Valiant Few, but we keep the guys in our pocket. Huh? That's another name we definitely want to pull out sometime. Doesn't throw people off. Like, imagine we don't want them to know who's coming after them, so we're like, "You've been attacked by the guys." And they'll be like, "Who the hell are the guys?" And we'll be like, "Oh, if you don't know, you're in for a world of hurt."
Or they might assume you're talking about a guise, like a disguise, you know? The guise. Like the veil.
Did you forget
Cole
where
will just like
where
sit
we are
back
right
at
now?
that one and take a sip of the beer he doesn't want.
Or they wouldn't. Okay.
Yes, of course.
Aldo lifts his mug up at this stage and he says, "The guys."
Look,
And the Valiant Few.
I think you just have to be the tiebreaker, Koa.
Oh, right, and I vote both.
I don't think we can be both. I mean, okay, fine. Let's just toast to it.
Let's see which one catches on more.
Okay.
With the
I
Valiant
know which one I'll
Few,
write about.
otherwise known as the guys.
It's gonna be the fucking guys. I just know.
Yes, yes. He turns to another patron in the bar who says, "What about the Valiant guys? The Valiant guys."
Nah.
All right.
Nah.
Well, good. It was a good try.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see. I have to write a song now.
Well, hopefully it's half as catchy as our first one.
That one's lightning in a bottle. There's no way. It's hard to beat stuff that just comes together organically.
Well, just come up with something organically then, real quick.
So I pass you a
Profession
thing.
ghostwriter.
Yeah. Luckily, I have that plus 20.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm like, did you
yes.
roll nat 1 and get a 20? What the hell? But it's because you put a funny. It's a funny. You did a funny.
Oh, he's just really that good at ghost. Dude, he wrote the hit song of an entire nation.
I mean,
And then
That's
I accidentally co-opted it and called me Drizzy.
This
Hell
is
yeah.
the Scotty doesn't know of Euro Trip. People in other nations are singing about Dan. Ashtara, while like leaving the country, is like, Dan, like hating it, but also under her breath, like can't help it.
It's that song people keep humming or whatever. Like, what is that? Oh, fuck. It's that goddamn song again. I hate those guys. I hate the guys.
There is some sorcerer who made like a magical cell phone and its ringtone, Dan.
It's the song of the summer. Or the...
They are contacting some devil via some ritual, and the devil's like, and as he like answers the blood call. It's the thing.
Oh.
There's an emote. Ghost Rider.
I mean, that emote's actually from
That's pretty
my
good.
friend Dan,
Oh, it's Bread Hero Dad. Nice. Okay.
but it's perfect here.
It is. Alright, cool. So we're either the guys or the Valiant Few.
Yep. Oh, one more matter
Your
to
hyphenated
discuss
name.
before we forget. We were asked to be back in town or remain in town, or I already said this, but be back in town in about 3 weeks by Jim Smith for
Yeah.
for some potential job or work or something of some kind. He was kind of vague about it.
Oh. Well, I mean, I know you wanted to go out east from here.
Well, yes, but aren't we expecting Elliot any day now? And plus, we have the two that are already probably left to go the mountain.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. He pulls out a letter out of his pocket. Elliot said he's been delayed. Actually works out kind of well. It'll be a couple of weeks as well.
Yes. I mean, I didn't have anywhere to go. I can still be in town.
I mean, I need to go back to Hot Gwyn at least for a few days, or a week, or whatever, to help clean up Gwen's shop, and I was hoping to see my family, but in that amount of time, I'm not sure I'll make it all the way up there. So perhaps I'll just go take care of business in Hardgwyn and be back in that amount of time.
I was planning to go to Hodgwen myself, so
That's good.
I could
Not great to
we
travel
go down
alone.
together.
Well, then I guess we have a plan. But yes, about 3 weeks' time, be back here for whatever that is, and then I guess you said what, a couple weeks? So do we have about 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
3, I think.
I did say 3, but it could always be more if you needed it to be.
Right. Well, let's plan on that then. Well, like thinking about going back to Odgwyn for no particular reason, Ko actually takes a happy sip of his drink he's not been wanting to drink.
It's gonna be kind of weird. Just being.
We have visitors. The Maltese that journeyed with us. They want to
You saw
chat.
him?
Oh yeah, they came by earlier. Also, you've got a fan. He's coming at dinner time.
I have a what?
A fan. I think he wants your autograph or something.
Oh. Okay. For what?
Stolen valor, I believe.
Is that another one of your
This is the Dan
songs?
song thing. Why didn't you just tell him? Okay. I'll tell him.
No. Look, this guy's your fan.
Oh, you're doing it again. Okay. No, of course. I have to make sure that you get your credit. I mean, it's only fair.
Our credit, right?
No,
The team,
no,
right? Boys,
no.
The guys, our credit.
Guys.
Yeah, the guys and
Hands
Phil.
in.
But Aldo, I'll
Well,
make sure to tell.
And
I'll
what
make
if
sure
we
to tell
just learn to play some instruments and we start a band and call ourselves the guys? And our mercenary group can be the Valiant Few, but whenever we perform together, we're the guys. Oh,
Sure.
I could hit something with a sword loudly.
Yeah, you have the demeanor of a percussionist.
He's gonna
You look
bang on the
like-
table a little bit.
You look like you could. you look like you could be on the stage with Slipknot.
See, I can hold a beat. He says, not holding a beat.
Yeah, normally we start with something called we start a little simpler than that. These are things you have to learn. Maybe someone will teach you in Hod Gwen.
I don't know if you just heard what I did, but it was pretty good, right?
Yeah, like it's a starting point, you know? Yeah.
Right.
It's a start.
He takes an uncomfortable sip of his beer this time. Like, it was good, right? Like, you guys don't seem convinced, but like, he was like, that was on beat. Like, it was clearly Dan. Did not sound like Dan.
It's like going perfectly well in his head, but his hands are all over the place. Yeah. Also takes a sip now. Well, I guess we should find our 2 stragglers. I'm guessing they're ready to leave soon. They seem pretty impatient.
Well, if Elliot's delayed, we're
dead.
not going to be able to. We're going to have to tell them that we have to wait, and they're not going to want to do that because we don't have the supplies to go out that way.
We don't. Best we can do is try to convince them that waiting is the smart thing, but I mean, they're grown
I
people. We
wouldn't
can't
wait
stop
if I were
them.
them. Even if it was, if they've got people out
But
there.
I mean, you said it. We don't have the supplies to go, and to be frank, they don't either.
Let's speak with them and try to convince them to see reason, but based on our previous conversation, they, well, I don't imagine that conversation's going to go our way.
Probably not. But we can try. Where were they? Back at the inn?
I've not seen them. I'm not sure. I'm sure we can find them, though.
They were at a different inn than yours. You guys are at a nicer one right now because you're being
Okay.
put up by the town.
I don't. I don't have anything else particular then.
Yeah, I think we can jump cut.
So you can go to them. So
Yeah.
as you guys, all three of you go to leave, when you do so, the person that bought the drinks all night, they'll actually look your way and be like, "Hey, so early."
Always work to do, friend. But don't worry, we'll be back this evening.
He nods and says, "Good. I got a couple of wagers on the rumors about you boys."
Wagers on the Valiant Few? Like what?
Valiant Few.
Yeah.
I like it. Someone's like, sounds a little pretentious. Shut the fuck up. And more or less, he's just talking
Whenever he
about how
says
much
that,
you
Cole will
guys need to
say,
do, whatever.
"Well, our band is called the Guys," and he'll look to the other two.
It's like Mikhail's shoulders drop a little bit. He's like, oh.
The bartender chimes in and goes, "The band of guys, definitely better than Dan to Dan."
Thank you. Yes, that was just a joke, everyone. Dan to Dan. Not real. Not real.
A fiddler starts playing. He's like, "Dan to Dan, Dan to Dan, 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 Dan to Dan, Dan to Dan, Dan to-" No. No, so anyways, you guys,
Mikhail Koa. Dan to Dan.
you go to find them, and in which case, when you find them, they're not over by the inn. They're going to be just outside of Loshev, southern entrance, because people could tell you like, "Oh, those two people." Outside of Loshev, out the southern entrance, more or less over towards like where the bridge was that you guys had crossed before, and you can see that they're out there, and she is doing her like trainings, like going through her routine rituals,
Kata, essentially.
what
Drills.
drills?
Kata
Thank you.
or
That's the word I was
drills,
looking for. Thank
yeah.
you. So she's going through her drills.
Martial arts or military.
Whereas, like, he has the equipment out for like sharpening and oiling his blade, and like is in the same garb as her for like practicing drills, but like definitely is one of those talk for like 15 sentences, then do a couple of slashes, then talk for 15 sentences kind of scenarios. Anyway, so when you come up on them, that's what they're doing.
Evening. You guys needed to talk about something?
He says, "Hey, there you guys are. Wasn't sure if we'd bump into you today." She turns to look at the three of you and says, "And you've already had at it again, huh?" And she's mostly looking with like not very happy at Aldo. Like, I guess the word I'm going to use is disdain. I contemplated using it. I guess I will use it. At Aldo, who is
Disdain.
definitely drunk again.
Aldo is not. Remember, he's only had one.
He paused.
Remember?
Yeah.
Oh,
that was it.
I think I misheard that earlier. Then my apologies. I retract all of that. He says, "Oh, I didn't know if we were going to see you this evening." She looks to you and says, "Oh, and sober, wonderful." Puts her sword away and walks up. Happy to see the three of you. What's the plan?
He looks like Adrian in Rocky 1 instead of Adrian in Rocky 5.
Well, we're not equipped to go to the mountains just yet, frankly. It would probably take... we need about 3 weeks.
We were expecting. We have a job to do out there, but unfortunately, the supplier is about, as Kale said, a few weeks behind. So we're not going to have all the supplies we thought we were going to have. So we're a bit delayed.
One would say that you weren't properly equipped when you went delving into that cavern either, were you? And then he steps forward and says, "And it's a good thing that they did what they did." I understand. So you're saying that you're delayed for when you're going to be able to head out.
Yeah.
Yes.
And well, with the resources we had, I would say if we were as prepared as we could be for the cave, and that's what we were trying to do for this trip as well. But we're not going to be anywhere close. We're going through the mountains and trying to get to the location we need to get to, as well as possibly trying to assist you in your task. Who knows what we might need as far as the supply, especially as winter is approaching. So what we're trying to say is the smart thing to do, I think, for all of us, if we're able, is to wait and go together here in hopefully no more than 2 or 3 weeks.
It
She
increases
softens
the
as you
chances of
speak.
success.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. He just says it would increase our chances of success.
As I said, she softens as you speak, and she says, yes, of course, when you attacked the cave, readdressing her earlier point that you addressed, of course, when you attacked the cave, you had a larger band with you, and you had supplies. This is the open wilderness. Without the correct supplies, you're right. It's not a wise approach. Unfortunately, I don't think we can wait. We literally have people that are important to us out there. We can't wait.
I understand and
Then-
respect your decision. However, there's no use in more of you being lost, going out there unprepared. The mountains themselves, I don't know much about, but with do I know much about between here and the mountain range, whether it's
No.
plains or whatever it is?
This is only your second time ever going to Loshev at the beginning of the campaign.
It could be plains cats or worse on the way there, and then once you get there, who knows? And again, if we're out there for a prolonged period of time, and winter hits, I mean, you're going to need the right clothing, supplies for fire, food. And I honestly don't know what to expect out there. We saw something strange in the woods east of here. Something I have trouble explaining. And if there's anything like that going on in the mountains as well, there's no amount of preparation we could even do that I'd feel comfortable going, but I would still risk it if we at least had that baseline of readiness. So I do implore you to wait, but I will not try to stop you, and I do understand if you will not. But I would be a fool to not try.
Exactly.
Preparedness is one of the most important things that's trained to us in our time at the military academy. Unfortunately, as we all know, people of action, you don't always have the opportunity to be prepared. You're put into a situation and you must react. And that's where we are. We're in a shitty situation. Now, we kind of thought you would do this. We've been here for days, and you haven't taken any steps towards this happening. So we were talking between ourselves, and because of your generosity, and it is not a small amount, we have enough coin that we can, gather together at least one horse, if not 2 plugs. We can get some basic supplies, and maybe even hire a guide. Someone that can bring us to where it is that we need to go. We can't wait any longer. Today, there is hope that we can find our friends. Tomorrow...
Right.
As I said, I understand. I can try to provide a bit more coin if it would help.
Mikhail holds his hand up and says, let me get them taken care of. You have a long road ahead of you.
Pulls out a sword and stabs them both.
Oh, I die.
No, he meant you taking care of them. Yeah.
I would die. I have 9 hit points.
Yeah. So anyways, she says, your generosity is already pretty extreme. We couldn't accept any more. Well, let's hear what they have to offer, says Harvey.
Look, I'm not about to head out towards Hodgwen. I'm going to be in the city. I can go around whatever you need that you can't afford. I can try to pitch in and offer expertise or whatever along the way. If we can't go with you, then I at least want to send you off with the best chances you have.
I appreciate once again your generosity, but at some point the umbilical cord must be cut. He goes,
Yeah.
Hold on. Strange land, strange customs, big cats.
He's like, feed me, daddy.
Says, look, if you want to show your appreciation, then accept my further hospitality. I can't help you after this. Not unless we meet again on the road.
We would love to. We do not need at the same time. And he's gonna actually like take a step forward, like put a hand on her shoulder and say, "Thank you. We can't wait, but thank you. We'll take whatever it is that you can offer. It's going to take us another day or so to get together the supplies that we need. So whatever you can offer, even if it's just your reputation gets us a discount,
Sure.
we'll take that.
Yeah, come find me when you're making your rounds.
I
tell him what inn I'm staying at.
He says, of course, we'd be more than happy to do so. Thanks for coming all the way this way to talk to us, unless you were heading to the bridge for your own reasons. But I think I'm about done with my drills for the day. Done? You haven't even started them yet. He goes, oh, you've already gone through your routine twice. Once for each of us. She just shakes her head.
Well, again, we are very sorry we can't accompany you, and we would have not wasted your time waiting for days, but we just got word today about the delay. We were hoping yesterday, today, our contact would be here, but unfortunately we got a letter instead.
She takes a beat and then says, I believe you.
And I hope you can also believe that I am very sorry that we can't accompany you yet.
I believe that as well.
But may the gods watch over you and guide you to your companions, and wherever it is you journey to, I hope it is safe, and that our paths cross again in a much happier time.
She will extend a hand to shake yours.
Accept.
Says to Mikhail, see you in the morning.
Just nods.
And looks to Aldo and says like a kind farewell to him, because Aldo's not obnoxiously drunk. So she's actually turns back to being as friendly with him as she was the first time you guys met.
Yeah, Aldo just says in Golden, he's like, I really hope you find your friends and that we meet again in the future.
Yep. And of course, sentiments returned. And she
You have
goes to
$20 we could borrow?
She goes to collect her stuff or whatever it is. And he lingers around for a second and just says, listen, if this wasn't... She's not normally... You know.
With everything you've all been through, you're perfectly fine.
No hard feelings at all.
I want you to know she does appreciate the fact that you literally removed shackles from her hands and from her wrists and ankles, have given her weapons and gold, and have brought her safely here, giving an opportunity for us to gather our strength while staying in inns that are comfortable and filling our bellies with hot and flavorful food. She knows that. It's literally just this. Again,
we understand. If people I cared about were missing or lost out there, so to speak, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd be grumpy at everyone not willing to help or not jumping at the opportunity to leave right this second, and I'd be throwing a fit, and I'd be even much worse, probably. I understand it, but as it were, I mean, you understand our position, right? But we don't fault her for hers.
Well said.
With your sense motive, the conversation is clearly like a dead point where he should turn and leave, but he definitely, it's Aldo that picks it up. It's like one of those, he's definitely lingering a bit longer. There's something else that he wants to get off of his chest. I don't know if Aldo would prompt or would just let him turn and leave.
100%.
Rips off his shirt,
Aldo
his band
does.
T-shirt, and he starts jamming out. Wants an autograph.
Aldo does. He says in almost like a lower voice, so not necessarily that she can't hear, but she doesn't. He's like, speak. It might be the last chance that we get.
This is in Golden?
No.
Okay. So in Perrin. So he says, he looks over his shoulder to her, sees that she's busy now, aggravated that she's collecting his stuff too. And he's like, honestly, if I'm going to be honest, bearing my soul, it's a fool's errand. I honestly think that we're just chasing ghosts. is putting our lives at risk. I mean, trying to cross, even to find them, or if we go to push beyond that through the mountains to head back west, I don't know. It just seems like a fool's errand. Maybe you can convince her of that, or I don't know. I know I can't.
We have some time tomorrow. I'll try.
You don't leave till tomorrow. You want to come back to the tavern with us?
You say that as she's approaching, and she like goes to like whack him with his stuff to take it, and he's like, yeah, that sounds great. Hey, you want to go? No, come on, we have to. No, but they're offering no. Well, I'm gonna, and she like gives him a look that like cuts him off, and he's like,
is she your superior in the military?
He looks to when he looks to you and says, no, we're equal rank, but she's not wrong. We should turn in early this evening, so I'll see you in the morning, Mikhail. Thank you again.
Of course.
And then as he's walking away with her, he tosses a wink to Aldo.
All right, we'll see him at the tavern later. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Jump cut.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. Jump cut. He shows up at the tavern later on. Jump cut morning. She's knocking on Mikhail's door pre-dawn.
Oh my god, we got him a room, and there's signs in his room now. Okay. Perfect.
That's how we stop them from leaving.
I mean, oh my god, it does work.
Damn, man, how'd you end up here?
Is this a
Guess you
chaotic
gotta come
good
hunt bandits
or a
with us.
chaotic evil move?
I mean, if you got him arrested and he has to like serve like I don't know a couple weeks in jail.
Well, no, there's some bandits that they need to go sign into
Oh.
a pact for.
Yeah, we gotta go into the woods. It's gonna be a whole thing. It's gonna take about 2 or 3 weeks.
Would you actually try to pull this shit off, Jake, or not?
I, as a player, don't want to.
Fair.
But Aldo getting drunk with him, that he's suggesting they do that.
Oh, you're suggesting it to him.
Yeah.
Sell the
like
idea
we
of the
like
diplomacy.
Aldo.
Sell the idea of the diplomacy check, and don't forget, you can luck it.
We have luck? We have
Yeah.
luck.
We do have luck.
Funny.
I don't know if you need it. I don't. I mean, you
I
might.
don't know if you need that. I
You
think
just
could.
convinced
No, I
this
don't-
guy
I
to
don't-
go
I
to
convinced
jail?
this
I
to
don't
avoid
think you
going to
need
the
it,
mountain.
though.
He's
You know,
like,
I would
he's
go
like,
to jail rather than go to the mountains.
he's like, absolutely, yeah. No, that's a great idea. He's like, this is the best idea. Let's do that. This is the best idea. So in the morning, knock, 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 pre-dawn, she goes to talk to you, and she's like, can you be honest with me? Like as you're there in the morning, like woken up early.
Who's
you were
she
like,
talking to?
Yeah, to Mikhail.
Mikhail.
B.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Did Harveen come to the inn last night?
And no.
Tavern. To the tavern.
You can bluff your way out of this. It's fine.
I'm gonna try.
Oh boy. Oh, we are
I wasn't
heroes.
there.
I was half tempted for him to not go, but I didn't say that, so he went. All right, yeah, he's gonna be like, I checked out early, so if he did, I missed him, which is a lie.
Of course. I assume you clicked it 45 minutes ago?
No, I just clicked it. I was nervous.
Ooh.
Do you want to luck an 11?
I kind of do. It's not great.
Fuck it, go ahead.
We didn't have a hype train, did we?
First
There's no
luck.
hype
First
train?
luck. Go, go, go.
No.
Do we have a hype train plus? No? Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay, that's not terrible. That's not
All right.
terrible.
Cool.
Unfortunately, she has a plus 30 modifier.
So with a 14, she narrows her eyes and goes, damn. Perhaps he's just sleeping.
What happened?
He didn't answer the door when I knocked multiple times this morning. He does this sometimes.
Oh.
Just sleeps in. He can be a bit lazy. I'll look around for him. I'm sure we'll find him. Let's go and see if we can collect our supplies.
Yeah. Let me just put on everything.
Pants are probably a good place to start.
Yeah. Closes the door.
So anyways, you guys go off and do that shit, whatever. Eventually, Rumor gets to go and check out that room, and guards come in and find out the little fuck. Like, out-of-towners always coming in and causing problems, and and literally leads to him being arrested, and her being furious. Be like, what are you doing? Not only have you just thrown our friends' lives in greater risk, not only have you just taken away, she's like, you were also putting a negative stain on the Maltese military, like this whole over the situation. She's like, I have half a mind to go without you. And he's like, no, you can't go. If you go alone, I won't be alone. I'll get the guide. Less equipment I need to buy since there's only one of us. Kind of.
Jesus.
And
you signed up for this, bro.
and eventually,
Mikhail will eventually cut it and just be like, hey, look, I'll talk to some people. We'll see if I can work something out. Okay.
Guards, we need you to keep these guys an extra 2 weeks.
You got it. Exactly. This is the place where we know the constable, right?
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm talking to him.
Be like, listen. He came here on purpose. He wants to be here. Wait, then how did he get the signs?
Well, he took them, so he could end up here.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, that must be it. He wanted to get caught and arrested, so he did something, petty theft to get arrested. Makes sense.
Cool. All sounds great.
Yeah. We're just. Yeah.
The Valiant Few.
That's us.
There's one more thing I wanted to touch on that I know you guys have to go separate ways.
Yeah.
At some point in time, what's his name? Nathan Fox would actually want to go and speak to Aldo. And I don't know if you guys are together or not. That's up to you. But he would want to go and speak to Aldo and be like, Aldo, there you are. I've spent poked around looking for you for the past couple of days and couldn't find you. For a man about town, it's hard to find you about town. May I have a word?
Yeah, sure.
Wonderful. Listen, I just wanted to come and share with you a bit of good news and to ask a mutually beneficial favor of you.
Go on.
You see, my family has earned its name and its wealth over the course of many years due to a vineyard that we own. It's not here in Adir or anything like that. It's up in Paradel, over near the Eldamar. Very, very quality soil there. Anyways, we have owned a number of wineries throughout northern Paradel for generations. I've been trying to break into having a winery here in Adir, but unfortunately couldn't do so. As luck would have it, recently I have gotten the approval by the council to have a winery put into Loshev. Now, if I'm going to...
And you want me to be the face of the winery?
Well, not exactly. But along those lines... you see, the tastes of the people of Adir, you've spent a good amount of time among the people that are here. You've gotten to know them and, sampled many of the beverages that they have to offer throughout the region. I was curious if you'd be willing to be my sommelier. Perhaps you can sample the wines for me. Let me know what your opinions are and how well they would, work with the individuals throughout the region.
Make a new character, Jake. Obviously, Aldo's staying here.
His retirement
Aldo looks
plan.
perfectly normal right now. Yes, something like that could be worked out.
Wonderful.
What are you offering for this work?
As I said, it'd be mutually beneficial. So for each vintage that you find to be of your liking, I'd be willing to part with a couple of bottles.
Hmm. And how often would be required for testing?
Well, certainly, whenever you're in Loshev, I would want to make the best use of your talents. But if you're not in Loshev, occasionally I'll have a bottle sent here or there, or wherever you may be. It's not entirely required of you all the time, but as time finds it, we'll do so.
Yeah, I think I could agree to that.
Great. Then I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that tomorrow evening I'll be tapping a few barrels to see where they stand.
I'm due back to Hodgwen, but I don't think Ko is leaving until tomorrow anyway, so it should be fine.
Wonderful. Then I'll see you then. Tapping ceremony is always the best.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
I stopped the slavers, and all I got was this wine bottle and these rocks.
All right, cool. That's all I needed to touch on for you. So you can act as a sommelier. Cool. We all know his character's not actually a sommelier, right?
Yeah.
Don't make me write down the
I'm not gonna drink
profession,
the
all
wine.
right?
Yeah,
I can plus 20 another profession if you'd like.
Sommelier. He's not sitting there going,
I'm glad that Aldo finally takes a step back and is like, I'm not going to be drunk today. And Scott's like, listen, Aldo, we need to talk. What if I give you a job that pays you to drink only in more drinks?
I would have done it earlier, but you guys are RPing a bunch, so I didn't want to.
Oh, man,
Anyways,
it's fine. It's cool. We get some character growth, and you're like, well, what if we don't?
that's up to Jake. It's his character. So, all right. Jump cut. Keegan, a few weeks are going to pass. What does your character do at that time?
Keeps dude in jail.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's gonna be visiting, what's his name? But no, he's gonna try to learn what he can about that region, that mountainous area. He's gonna try to learn what he can about that. He's gonna try to get the Valiant Few to catch on as a name. That is gonna have a concentrated effort for sure, especially while Aldo's gone. And he's going to try to get his the rapier he carries properly repaired because it's not in like great quality.
Okay.
So, yeah,
I want to hear a song written about how there wasn't a valiant man among us, and it turns into now we are the Valiant Few. I want to hear a song.
yeah. He's probably gonna have to like create a song or something to get the name out there. Because he'll be performing too. He'll definitely be doing that.
I want to hear like a slow like burn-in. It's like it starts off slow, like not a valiant one among, and like by the end of it, everyone's like jamming out like Dan again. You got to really go all out on this one.
Oh boy.
You picked Bard, man. It's your fault.
Let me start writing.
So that would fall into the category of scheme for upcoming adventure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not looking at the rules right now. I should have.
No, you're good. What? So you're going to spend time doing that, planning for your upcoming adventure. Okay, awesome. How much effort are you putting into this? And by that I mean, are you investing? Obviously, if there's something that can be had in town that can be that can be kind of covered by local authorities in the short term, that is not crazy expensive, they'd be happy to do so. If people have like books, or maybe in taverns you play music and it gets people chatting that happen to be trappers or whatever that region, all that can kind of be taken care of. But is there any amount of like investment you're willing to put into this? Like A, is it straight up I want to do all time? I want to spend my whole time doing this, or is it B, like I'm interested in maybe spending some money on this, or so on and so forth. I understand that you also said you wanted to compose, so
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of this next few weeks you want to spend on this.
So we got 3. Are we hard 3 weeks is what we're looking at
It ends up being like 3.5 weeks or so,
roughly. Okay.
because you guys have already been here for a few days.
Cool. I forgot how much money I actually have because a bunch of it's in the bank.
Okay, while he's thinking of that one, I'm going to cut over to... Oh, do you have
I
an
got an
answer?
answer. Yeah.
Okay.
Money wise, I'll do up to like, we'll say like a gold and 2 silver, 1.2 gold. For the scheming, right? I'm not going to use it to spread the name. I'll do that myself. I assume that's probably going to be for like buying like books or like I don't know, paying to find like paying people to like find folks who know about the area or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like paying guides to like walk through stuff, maybe paying a cartographer to like look at their maps, that sort of a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sure, whatever it might be. Gotcha.
So yeah, not a ton, but decent amount of money.
Okay.
I don't know how to like divide that in time. Other than like, I would spend probably most of my time doing that because one, we might end up going to do that, obviously, and I figure the more it seems like we're making some kind of progress or making that a potentially more successful adventure, the less pissed off what's her face is going to be. So it'll be kind of appeasing her, since she's stuck in that city. So that'll be like my main focus, and then like, so if I was to divide it in like by weeks, it'd be like 2 weeks of scheming, 1 week of composing.
Okay, 1.5 composing, whatever. Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
1.5 composing.
back to the scheming bit for a second here. Think of a skill, as though you're making a skill check that is going to be the thing you're kind of planning the most for. Like, I really want to have survival skill, or I really want to have geography skill, or something along those lines, because you're going into that mountainous region. You know, honestly, Scott, I really want to make sure I can like knowledge checks for the mole themselves, or whatever, right? Like whatever skill you want that to impact you, let me know. As for the composing, why don't you go ahead and make me a composition check?
All right. Good thing I already used the luck. Yeah, didn't matter.
Holy shit. You rolled very, very, very well. Absolutely. You
Kola
rolled
gets
well.
credit for this one.
What is the song that you're writing? What is it about?
I haven't started yet. I was doing this.
You don't have to answer it right now if you don't have it.
I mean, it'll probably be titled "The Valiant Few," right?
Oh, okay.
But
Yep.
yeah, I'll come up with more stuff probably as you get to the others.
Okay. Cool. Now let's go on to, because I think Jake just returned. Jake, what was the intention that you had for your character during this time?
When you go back to Hodgwen, I'm gonna pay off the rest of my armor. And then I am going to drink and party my way through the rest of the gold.
Holy shit! Carousing, hell yeah!
Yeah.
Okay. How
I
much?
don't want to spend the money, but
How much
I
gold is it?
kind of have to.
How much gold is it that you do?
Okay, so I'll take the rest of the money for the armor off.
That's got to be most of your
Um,
gold at least spent on that. I feel a little bit
It
less
is.
terrible.
I have 4 gold left.
You spend 4 gold just drinking?
Yeah, like with you sent me that thing, right?
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so I mean it's not super expensive to buy drinks, but whatever, like we're not going to go to the fancy places. It's literally just like, cheap stuff that we just keep it going and going and going. The party doesn't stop.
You
Okay.
guys got like Kesha playing. Whoa. Because the party don't.
But the intention is like meet people, make friends in Hodgwen. You know what I mean? Get not a name, but like you know people know you. Like, hey, there's that guy from the other night. You know what I mean?
Okay, so that falls into the category of gathering information. This is carousing. Why don't you go ahead and roll for me your diplomacy check, because that's how you do carousing.
All right.
Or DC is affected by this.
Diplomacy. 10.
Okay. Cool. So
You
you're
want
over
a
there,
luck?
you're drinking, you're getting familiar with people's
Yeah, if
Actually,
this
wanna
is going to
use a luck.
affect
Can we
my
luck
whole
this?
thing, I'll use something to see if I can get any higher.
Sure.
Okay, 12.
Okay. Sounds great. That's awesome. Thank you. I will touch back at that later
7
on.
dice in the pool.
And
I've never seen it that high. So beautiful.
Wade,
Thank you, everybody, for the luck dice.
it's to you, sir. Why don't
I'll
you
be
go?
polishing my knob. I
You're
mean,
going,
Gwen's knob.
yeah, you're going back, and I think pretty much the only thing you're doing is you're spending the time there and
If
helping.
Koa did anything other than help with the shop, if there was any other time, it would be probably trying to learn anything he can about the ruins in Hodgwyn.
Hmm.
Just asking around, like, probably like puffing up his chest about different things that they've accomplished, like using his influence as being like, well, we freed the slaves. I can't imagine what secrets does this place hold?
I will say it's not safe enough for him to go by himself to go check that out.
Not he wouldn't go looking
yeah.
at it. He'd be asking around town about it, like trying to learn about it.
Yeah, that's fine. Your DC is much higher because you have way less time to spend doing this.
That's
Yours is also gather information. It's also not carousing. It's gather information, so it's also diplomacy check.
I didn't know if
Again,
it was
your
that or
DC is
research
higher.
facts and lore, but that's fine too.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I didn't know if it was research facts and
Oh,
lore.
let me look at that one.
or
I
gather
did look
information.
at that earlier, but give me 1 second.
They're probably
it's a
both
spell.
equally bad for me, so it doesn't really matter.
So, is intended diplomacy is an appropriate knowledge check for the intended subject. Do you have a knowledge skill that you feel is like is knowledge local is usually what you would use?
I mean, it depends. The only knowledge thing, well, I've only got probably nature. But I don't think this counts as nature because it's in a town, so probably not.
Okay. You are able to go ahead and roll for me with a plus. Where are you? I got away from that. Yeah, I don't think it's nature. It really is kind of like a knowledge local, but you don't have
That's
knowledge
not even
local is
on
not
my
really a
sheet.
skill. So this is just gonna be an intelligence check then,
Okay.
because you don't have any appropriate skills for it.
Are there any bonuses for having a reputation here?
No. I factored into the DC.
Okay. Okay.
That's pretty fucking solid.
That's my +1 modifier.
Do you want to modify that to see if you can get any better?
I mean, this is kind of important because, like, this is potentially one of the places that we're looking at doing stuff with, so it might as well, right? Like, get over the 20.
Do it 100%.
Scott's always the type that, like, 21's usually better than 20, so, like, I'm... Well, boom. I'll take 22.
Okay,
Hell yeah.
cool. So let's kind of work through all of these one person at a time to see how things play out. So Keegan, first and foremost for you. You did 3 things here. One, the cost to repair your rapier. I actually gonna have RP around that, but the cost to repair your rapier is generally speaking 1/5 the cost to purchase a fresh one. I think I told you it's like what 3 gold for a normal one or something.
Yeah, it was 4 silver was the total for repairs.
There
I
you
just
go.
remember
Cool,
that.
cool.
Yeah.
So that's what you're gonna pay to have it repaired normally. So you can remove that or pause and remove. We'll get to the RP about that in a second. For your composition that you do there, you are able to make a song that is incredibly powerful, if you will. What ends up happening is you end up doing what's considered like earning capital. More or less, you are earning a reputation enough so around town that this actually counts as what you would call for I'm losing the word here. Capital is one of the words that you use. Resources. This actually counts as you actually earn yourself with that 25 result. And the song that you make based off your reputation and the time that you spend doing it here, you end up earning 1 luxury as a resource. 1 luxury. More or less, you're going to catch the attention of individuals that will go so far as to speak well of your reputation and what it is that you can do for songwriting and singing and the performances that you do. You make a couple of connections among the musician community, people that might come at a request to put on a performance for somebody that might be of value or whatever it might be. So you earn one luxury as capital or as a resource for your
Damn.
crew.
Well done.
Sweet.
Dude, you click that button better than anyone else has.
I know, right? That's crazy. I'm so good at it now.
I can't wait to hear the actual rendition of the song now.
Fuck.
The other thing you were doing, so it was the earning capital. What was the other thing you were doing?
Scheming.
Scheming. Thank you.
Upcoming adventure.
What was the
yes.
skill that you wanted to get the bonus on?
Okay, that's the thing I needed a reminder on. It's what I want the bonus on. I'm going to go with knowledge geography.
Specifically knowledge geography. You're going to get a +4. This is a circumstance bonus that will stack with anything else that you're able to bring with you or to apply in other ways. So if you're able to bring any other details, I can give you that a plus. This is a stackable +4 circumstance bonus. Okay? For
okay.
knowledge geography checks you're able to make while you're in that region for the work that you're going to be doing over there. Okay?
Okay.
Cool. Awesome. And then we'll get back to your RP in a second.
Oh shit! Wait, no, I meant dungeoneering. That's for spelunking, right?
Yes.
Oh, stuff for caves. Yeah, dungeoneering.
That works too. Cool.
Yeah.
Back to, I think the second person we did was Aldo. Aldo, you were working on, was it 2 things? What were they?
No, it was just
He paid off his armor.
drinking and yeah, I did pay off.
That's
my
right,
armor.
carousing. And so you were trying to carouse. You had a 12 or 14 total. Where were you?
12, I think.
12 total, and you had spent a bunch of money for carousing. And your whole thing was you were trying to kind of gather information in the region, trying to see what you can find out while in Hod Gwen, right? Cool.
Yep.
So your time down there, and the fact that your character is a little belligerent, I mean, hands down, no question, he's just a belligerent person. You're not afraid of making statements as needed. So in doing so, you actually do find out some important details that are going on. Apparently, when Beltran came back, which he had hidden elsewhere and returned sometime later on, when he had came back, rumors started to spread around about his involvement in this. Well, those that had spread those rumors very quickly got reprimanded, let's just say. You also find out that the prisoners that were held inside the cells, they were all executed. Every one of them were executed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, likely that was done because of how high you, because of your result there with the money and time investment you got.
Yeah.
Likely that was done to quash exactly the rumor mongering that was happening, to keep it quiet. And so it has stayed relatively quiet because of that. And so you can see that more or less the family, or at the very least Beltran, has gone around and is quashing anything anywhere that will ruin his reputation or tie him to that organization whatsoever. This gives you the impression that it's very unlikely he would try to spark something like that up again, or at least not in the near future, not in the near term. But it also is kind of a warning. Ooh, maybe I need to be a little bit less belligerent about him myself. This is not an unimportant individual. Now, there's one more rumor to go about this. He was getting reprimanded, if you will. Only people that know that he's being reprimanded. Other people might just see, oh, he's getting a new task appointed to him. He's being tasked as being one of the commanders of the military that oversees Hod Gwen. So he now has to go and live in the barracks, train with the soldiers, and lead the soldiers that are there. So it's now his responsibility to be a commander of some group of soldiers within Hod Gwen. That's his reprimand in accordance to the rumors that you're hearing or believe.
You did terrible things with 10 people under your command. Let's give you 100.
Yeah, that's right. You did terrible things with children in the church. Let's put you in a different church. That's how it goes, man. You know, hey, wealth and power begets wealth and power. So, anyways, so let's moving on. You are able to kind of like gather those rumors while you're there, but more importantly, you also learn that about the bank itself, because that's of a place that you have personal interest or in. That bank has a private security that's hired by the council itself that are well trained and that stand outside of the military. So they're not a part of the military. They're not a part of like the local ruffians that are hired. They're a private like guard or private military, if you will, that belong to some, if not all, of the council members that work within the bank itself to keep it secured. The people around the bank, since most people can't get in, those are the local hire nobodies.
Yeah.
The ruffians to keep this like kind of like lame look. But that does lead you to believe, okay, if anybody did want to rob this place, the individuals in there are probably very, very capable of guarding it. Whereas the morons outside are morons. And so that kind of gives you like some idea of that. Awesome. Any questions?
Nope. It's all straightforward. How long's my armor take though?
I think I told you beforehand because you had like an extra request on. There's like 40 days or some such, so it's not done yet by the time we're picking things up.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. And then back to Wade, your character. You, sir, are obviously you're spending your time with Gwen, and you're working to fix up the shop or whatever it is. And you do that, of course. I had something in mind about that. You do that, of course. You spend all that time, sanding the place down, working on it, et cetera, et cetera. It is exhausting work. But after the first couple of days of you doing that, no longer do you guys like go separate ways at the end of the evening when the shop's being shut up. You occasionally will actually go out and sit at a tavern and get a bite to eat afterwards. No. You have to let me treat you to this one. I mean, I know you offered, but this is coming out to be more work than I think either of us expected it to be. In your mind, oh no, you knew it was going to be a lot.
I don't know if even Cohen knew it was going to be this much. Like, he looked at it and was like, this idiot can sand a place. I can do it. Now he's like, dude, it takes very different muscles to sand than it does to swing a sword. Ow, ow, ow.
So she occasionally, like, you guys will occasionally spend like evenings together, or so on and so forth. You actually find out too that sometimes she won't go with you, because what she instead does is you find out that apparently she helps to what's what I'm looking for here. She offers her like community service, if you will, offers her time at the hospital. Which frankly, she said, I'm not a doctor, I don't do this stuff, but she does basic stuff at the hospital, like helping to change, wraps or do some very basic work that
Doctor
she does
stuff.
there to help out. Huh?
Just doctor stuff. She's not a doctor, but like,
Well,
she has a stethoscope, wears a white coat, and treats patients.
Hands out prescriptions, all that,
Yeah.
No, more of like nurse stuff, if you will. But goes there and does those kind of things, and when does so, of course, has to put on the garb, because everybody there, wears the simple robes, but doesn't wear a mask when doing so, et cetera, et cetera. So does that kind of basic stuff. So she does spend her time over there doing that. You do also learn that there is a bit of a group of individuals that come to the shop frequently. It's not like anybody and everybody that passes through is going to stop by a shop like this. It's rather niche. So the peoples that come by to shop from here are going to be the same groups coming in. So it might be like, say, a bit like an adventure guild's nearby gathering stuff. The hospital come by to gather stuff. You start to learn some of the suppliers that she has. So local like florists that might grow some things for her, or like more common folk that will, like, whether they be younger or that's just like their lifelong job, that go out into fields and find more specific things, or like walk along the riverbeds to find whatever supplies she needs. So you kind of like get familiar with these people, and it gets you like more entrenched into that community, if you will, which is nice because they start to know you by name and get familiar with you, and oh my god, you're the person that did. And so like there's a bit of like conversation that happens, and because of the conversation and the community building.
Can I add that if Koa knows that like Tuesdays this group's coming in, he's the type to like go buy fucking donuts and like have extras there for them to come in?
Nice. I like it. Spend some coin off of your character sheet for that.
Yeah, about how much?
Few copper would be fine. If you're going extravagant, few silver, it's up to you.
I'll take 2 silvers worth.
That's fine. That's extravagant. So, anyways, because of all this like philandering, you are it takes that whole breadth of time to finish the damn shop, right? Because you're like spending more time chatting than you are getting the damn job done. We've all seen that. Maybe you've had like a crew do work at your house before, and it's like 4 guys working, and like one of them just never does anything, and the other 3 actually work. And then you have the other thing that you were doing, Wade, was
just gathering information from either people that are coming in, or if I'm out at the tavern or wherever else.
oh, that's right,
About
the ruins.
I
Okay.
would. Snaga brought up a good point. Koa would check in on Casper, see how Casper's doing, and then he would bring up the cave and the alchemy stuff again, but he wouldn't want to go without the other 2. He would want the full crew to go.
She's growing more interested at the end of this month's time than she was before. Genuinely wants to find a time to go. But as you can see, people come every day, like these groups of people, whatever it is. So she's like, her shop is always like, it's like, she's such a pivotal member of this society here. Bringing the stuff to her would be better than her leaving to do it, because then her shop would shut down because nobody else can watch it while she's out, right? It's one of those things you're like, what do you do when you're sick? She's like, just don't get sick. You know, it's like, ooh, you're American.
Koa would be gossiping a bit too about like the guys. He'd be like, oh yeah, we might be going to like some mountains to look at some weird thing. Like one of our members is obsessed with like curses or something. You ever hear of such a thing? There were these weird ivy. Like he would be blabbing about all that shit that they've experienced, what they might be doing. He wouldn't be giving up some of the names like that they agreed not to give up. Like he wouldn't want her involved in the nasty part of that business, but like total like bragging about like, dude, there was a living plant that tried to kill me. Walked through it, toughed through it. It was awesome. Like shows a scar on his ankle.
I have this old recipe. I don't know of its quality. I don't know if it truly works the way that the recipe claims that it does. But apparently it's supposed to help in lifting curses, or at least safeguarding against them. It's an ointment, if I remember correctly, an ointment. And it helps to either, again, safeguard against a curse falling on someone, or to break one during a ritual to do the breaking. I'll have to find which book I have that in and see if I have the ingredients for it. If you're going to be traveling to a place that's known for curses, it might be a
Several
good
of
idea.
them, in fact. I mean, there's the place with the crazy vines, this place in the mountains, and I've heard of this place like near Rid. Apparently there's a place here in town that's like a weird old, I don't know if it's cursed, but it's like in some old dilapidated ruin. I mean, I saw it myself, I suppose, when I was in the ruins, but like, I don't know, something going on there too, so who knows. But Mikhail, look, some of us partake in nights at the tavern. This guy, all about these curses. Obsessed, talks about them all the time. Creepy, almost, how much he loves them.
I'll see if I have that book. If it can help, I'd be more than happy to help, right?
Yes, that'd be amazing.
So one of the things that you find out, person you end up getting rumors from, is one particular ingredient she gets. She actually gets from one of the kind of like, for lack of better phrasing, lowlifes that live, inside the ruins area of Hodgwen. And they come and bring to her an ingredient. And you're kind of like asking them, like, hey, so you live in there? Like, what kind of... He's like, yeah, I go in that ruin sometimes. It's a little sketchy inside there. You don't want to go with too many people. I don't know. I feel like the more people you go with, it always feels like something's watching you. It always feels like there's like, I don't know, something just round the corner. It's always watching you, just over your shoulder. Ugh. Anyways, so usually we don't go with many. Sometimes I'll even go myself if I'm feeling up for it. A little liquid courage. And yeah. Anyways, there's this place down at the bottom of it. If you know the right path, it's don't ask me to describe it. A couple of reasons, but if you know the right path, there's some interesting stuff down there. You just got to know where to look.
Can I RP back, or is that
Yeah.
what I got from it? Who would help figure out this right path? I definitely think it's something worth looking into.
I ain't gonna tell you. I'm not telling you nothing. You kidding me?
You just told me if I went in and looked the right path, there's interesting things to see.
I'm not gonna tell
Why
you how
would
to get
stop
down
me?
there. I'll be cutting into my profits. I see the way you spend your time at the shop every day. I'm not letting you take my profits because you just want to go and undercut the deal. No.
Well, what if I just gave you some coin now to pay for your profit?
Oh, well, in that case, you can buy it off me instead of her.
No, I don't want the ingredients. I just want to know the path.
Nope.
You can
Nope,
keep
nope,
selling
nope.
the ingredients. You can keep having the profits there. I don't care about the ingredients. I care about what else is down there.
All right. Listen, I'll tell you how I get down there for 200 gold. How about that?
What about 2 silver?
He goes, 2 silver. I make 2 silver a month off of my deals I got going on. No.
You can make 2 silver today just for telling me how to get down there.
Just listen. I ain't telling you where I get my jelly. You want to find that shit? You go figure it out yourself.
I don't care about the jelly. I care about the other things, the things you're not selling for profit.
Oh, I don't know if there's anything like that down there.
Right. So the only thing down there is stuff to sell here and jelly.
Well, there's like old shit. There's like, there's a door I ain't never open. I don't go
Okay,
upstairs.
now that. Tell me how to get to those things.
He shrugs and says, "Listen, the door that I don't open, that's upstairs. I don't do that. But I don't go up those stairs. They look like they crumble on you. I have crumbled on other people before. I go down. I go way down.
Right. And you said feels like someone's watching you, so you don't go with too many. Why does having more people make that feel less safe? Wouldn't more people make you feel more safe?
Listen, I don't know. It's just that place gives you the heebies, you know?
No, I've not been in there.
Well, don't find out.
That makes this entire conversation pointless, doesn't it?
You're the one that brought it up, friend. I don't know what you're doing. Trying to steal my profits. That's what you're trying to do.
I don't care about your profits. I don't
You
care about
say that,
selling.
but then you're asking me how to find stuff. Yeah, listen.
the stuff you're not selling for profits.
Listen, good day.
I'm gonna find all the things you're selling for profits.
Other people around that you're able to get some information about in the place, they let you know that the individual location he's talking about going into, the issue is that has become the fort or holdout, hideout, whatever you want, for one of the guilds here in Hodgwen that we had talked about beforehand. One of the decent sized guilds that are here, and
Like a
because
bandit guild or
what?
like a bandit guild?
Yeah. They talked about beforehand. And the reason why he's able to go in there is because he pays them to go in every time. He has a deal with them. He pays them. It's like, oh no, not just anybody can go in there. He ain't one of them, but
If
just
he's making
pays them.
2 silver a month on this, it must be a very cheap entry fee.
No, that might be his profit after paying whatever fees he's got to pay. For whatever he makes off of.
I think it's like a sliver to get in. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, yes, it's just a sliver. Either way, they say they the only way to get in there is through them, and he pays them for the as like a toll, if you will, to go into their fort to go down. So,
And how many of them are there?
and the servers, I ain't count, dozen, 2, 3.
Dude, you and the number 8 and you and the number a dozen. I don't want to hear any fucking more. There's about 12, 30 people later.
Yeah, it's a group there. They're called the Eights or something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
They're called the 8 Smashes.
8 certainly smashes. Anyways, so you are so that's the information you're able to get. The ruins there is the base of operations of one of the guilds. I can get the name for you, of one of the guilds in Hodgwen, and that this in particular person apparently pays them a fee to go in and there's like a door upstairs that's always closed. He's never opened. He doesn't think anybody else has ever opened it. But he goes downstairs. If you know the right path, you can go downstairs where he gets his jelly. And a couple of other details.
Okay. And that's what he sells to the herbalist? That's what he sells to Gwen is the jelly?
Yeah.
All right.
And I assume you inquire to her about it, and she just says it's a powerful reactant. It acts as an accelerant and a catalyst, depending on which alchemical process I'm doing. It greatly expedites the fabrication of a lot of the things that I make. It's really is. I don't want to say a miracle compound, but it is powerful. That's what she tells you. And so she uses it for a lot of the work that she does there.
He would inquire, why doesn't she just like grow it herself? It's that close by anyway.
Yeah, she says it's not the first time I've ever seen compounds like this before. It's just to have a ready supply of it is really difficult to do. I don't know how to replicate it. So the amount that I pay him for it is worth the added benefit that I get out of my processes. It just helps with efficiency and effectiveness. So I pay the fee. It keeps him out of trouble. And occasionally he gives me word about what's going on throughout town because he talks a good bit. And, it just benefits everybody. Win, win, win.
That's fair. Just, it might save you a little bit to grow it yourself, but that makes sense. Hopefully we don't ruin the whole bit whenever we go in there and check it out.
And she shrugs and says, I mean, if you can get in there, that place is guarded.
Well, I guess we'll see if the boys are interested. The guys, the Valiant Few.
I don't know. It's one thing to go and attack a slave den, but you can't exactly just go attacking people in a street, right?
Oh, no, it sounds like they can pay their way to get in, so we'd probably just pay them.
Oh, well, that's an option.
That's likely the way. I was just trying to make it sound cooler than that.
But now going back to Keegan and his RP. You're looking around for a blacksmith that can work the blade, and you're told that there is a quality blacksmith to be found here in Loshev. She moved in town recently, and she apparently used to have a shop in Hodgwen some time ago, and came to Loshev about maybe 2 months ago or so. And so you want to go and check it out. So you go to the shop. You can see that the shop itself, it's an old like retrofitted. It was always a smithy, but one that hadn't been used in a long while, so it's recently repaired, retrofitted for her style, so on and so forth. When you go walking into the place, because it's still under repairs, like I said, it's only been about 2 months. When it's still under repairs, there is like paint job on the outside still being worked on, that kind of thing. When you open the door and you go inside, you are genuinely shocked by the quality of the goods that you see on the shelves there. I mean, simple fact of the matter is, like, there are really quality weapons hanging on a shelf nearby, just right there on display. It is beautiful style. It's just like you can just see the ornateness of it. How evenly set the metal is. Like when you get up close, the way that the light reflects off of it shows that there's no imperfections in like the way that the crystals of the metal like form together. So it looks smooth. And your character is not a metallurgist. You're not a smith. You're not any of that stuff. You can just tell like the design of it is beautiful, and it seems to be held together pretty well. It catches you off guard because usually something like that you don't have sitting around a shop. Something like that you commission for somebody with a bit of money, right? That's not something you just have hanging out to purchase. But But then you also see that in another part of the shop, there are literally, imagine like you're going to a grocery store to buy stuff, and there's like racks of things, like one like if you're at Target and you're gonna like, oh, I'm gonna buy, I don't know, this box of what is it, like I don't know, Adderall, or not Adderall, I mean aspirin. Yes, I mean,
Okay.
box of Adderall.
I was like,
Box
sure,
of aspirin.
yeah, they just have
How it's
boxes of that.
how it has like, you know, those hooks, and this, like you can see like there's literally hooks with multiple swords that are of much lower quality that are hanging off to another side of the shop. And so when you come walking in, you can see all that's there, And so when you're looking around for a little bit, nobody's you don't see anybody right away. Nobody interacts with you right off the bat, and you kind of get a moment to appreciate this. And finally, you hear a woman's voice call out and say, "Someone here."
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just taken aback. These blades are incredible.
They better be.
I'll approach where I hear the voice coming from.
You walk over and you see a hobgoblin woman standing there. You can just immediately tell based off of the form, her shoulders, upper lower arms, just the amount of muscle, like iron, like a cord, you know, along her arm. Clearly, this is somebody that, you know, has worked the anvil for God knows how many years, God knows how many hours, right? Like, she has a severe look to her face. She has enough markings on her, you know, shoulders, arms, face, or whatever, that show, like, you know, embers or whatever have, you know, burned her and left marks here and there, et cetera, et cetera. She has a severe look to her. Definitely has RBF, if you know what I mean, as you approach. And as a reminder for hobgoblin women, they don't grow any hair on their head whatsoever. It's just the tufts of fur that they have on their forearms and their shins. So you can even see parts of her forearm, tufts of fur have like been permanently burnt away, leaving like small little like blank or bald spots, if you will. Your character's keen enough to see that, despite the fact that she probably put some amount of effort to comb over it, so it's not super obvious, right?
Yeah.
Either way, so as you walk up and you can see this very severe looking woman standing there, and as you approach, like clearly you're going to look to engage in conversation, almost like a agitated disinterest, rests her weight on one foot, crosses her arms to see that you're approaching, right? And she's not wearing like an apron, a leather apron or anything like that. There is no fire raging inside this place, etc., etc. So anyways, crosses her arms, leans on her back foot, and says, "Welcome."
Thanks. Do you... Stupid question. He takes the rapier and like kind of presents it and says, "I'll just get to the point. Seems like that'd be the best thing. This is sentimental to me, but it's not in the greatest condition. Would you be able to put it back into a working state?"
You want me to repair somebody else's shoddy workmanship and workmanship and some lifelong of mistreatment?
I guess you could say that. It was actually... I won't get too much into it, but it was in an accident. It was treated well before that.
An accident.
Took the life of its original owner.
Every blade has a story. Mm-hmm. Looks over her shoulder for a second, like through a doorway. You can see she's thinking for a second or two. Then, like, shakes her head, lets out a sigh, and like, you know, uncrosses her arms to reach out and take the you know, the sheathed weapon from you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Takes it and looks it over, walks over behind the counter, and then unsheaths it and says, "This is absolute trash. In the name of Snaga, how would you insult the gods with something like this? Are you kidding me? This blade is completely warped. How could this even get into this state? No, this cannot be repaired. Are you kidding me? This entire thing just needs to be redone."
Right. Look, if you can't repair it, that's fine. I'll just keep it as it is.
If you want, I suppose I could hammer out a new blade, have this one removed from the hilt, I'm going to put the Hilton Guard on the new one. It will take a considerable amount of time and efforts to do so. They are designed as one piece. This isn't multiple pieces that click together. I would have to carefully remove it and forge a whole new blade that is going to take this thing's place.
So
is the guard that important to you?
Yes, it is. But it sounds like you can do the work.
Am I capable of doing so? Yes. Am I willing to spare my time away from painting, everybody's favorite to pass time, to do something like this?
I'm obviously not asking you to do it for free.
This kind of custom work is going to cost you.
That's fine.
All right, fine. I'll do it for gold.
Okay.
She looks at you. Actually, a little taken aback by that.
He produces a gold coin.
And you even have gold on your person.
Yeah.
She takes it.
I'm not just some random person off the street. I'm one of the, the Valiant Few.
I have never met you before, and you were literally off the street. I would call that random.
Okay. Maybe in that sense. But no, we, my compatriots and I just broke up a slave ring and defeated a bunch of bandits. And
why does everybody want to use Perrin coin?
It's convenient. You can break it apart. It
would be convenient if a deer got its head out of its ass and started its own mint. Why is it that we're using this coin? She puts it down like hard on the counter with like 2 fingers, like a snap onto the counter, and says,
I can give you 10 silver if you prefer.
I'm sure it's a mix of Perrin coin as well. It's fine. I'll take the Dell. All right. You didn't have a time limit you needed this by, did you?
I'm assuming this is towards the beginning of the several weeks. As long as it's done in the next 3 weeks or so.
I can have it done in 3 weeks. That's fine.
Thank you.
Since you're paying me a gold for it, I might as well I might as well give you the few minutes to try to convince you to do something else. Come this way.
Okay. He goes, mostly because he's just curious what she's going to show him now.
Yep. She'll walk over to the side where you saw like multiple swords hanging up, and she goes over there and she removes a rapier from the wall and hands it to you.
Takes it. This is fantastic work.
This is one of the worst ones, as a reminder. But do you still say that?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. She frowns at you and says, never mind, I'm not going to waste my time. I'll see you in a few weeks.
He goes, obviously it's not your best. I didn't say that, but it holds up. Look what I've been wielding.
She gives you like an appraising look for a couple of seconds because she's trying to decide if you went back because you were just being nice to begin with, lying to be nice, or if you went back because you realized you said the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Mm. So she gives you an appraising look for a couple of seconds and says, show me you even know how to use this thing.
Oh. Okay. Do you have a dummy somewhere, or do you just want me to show a stance?
Oh, there's a dummy. And she removes another one from the shelf.
Okay. He will stab the dummy.
Oh, no. She removes another sword from the shelf. And then
okay.
She will go to take on guard again, opposing you.
Oh. All right. And yeah, he'll take a stance and obviously like a practice swing, just kind of showing the proper motions.
Mm-hmm. Your character has a BAB of +0, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that your character is completely unskilled. You do know how to use a foil rapier, or whatever you want to call it, whatever style. I think you use a foil style rapier. Because rapier is like a generic term that is for like sabers, foils, and epées.
Yeah.
So
whatever would be popular in where I'm from. you know.
So she fights with you and is clearly the better in this kind of more formal dueling, if you will. Is clearly the better in the scenario. And then afterwards she says, okay, you do have some rudimentary training. That's fine. You have coin to spend, so I won't waste my time with this anymore. She takes the blade from you and puts it back on the shelf and walks to the other side of the shop.
Because I mean, I have other skills.
I'm sure. Come this way.
He follows.
She goes over to where they're more individually presented. So
Why
on
are
and so
you
forth.
horny weirdos rolling for hot? Calm down.
Goes over to where they're where they're individually presented, and she removes one from the shelf, and she hands this one to you. Now this one immediately feels much more smooth in your hands, whereas beforehand we didn't go over those details before because it didn't matter. Your character doesn't have enough knowledge to have identified it, but to have gone from what you had before to that to this, instantly the balance, like it's not that the blade is lighter, it's just that it feels lighter. Just how it holds in your hand, how it swooshes through the air and so on, cuts through the air and so on, swooshes, cuts through the air and so on. It just feels more graceful. It just feels lighter. Overall, it's just a much, much finer designed weapon. And so you look this thing over.
Oh, I see. Okay, I hadn't actually held something like this before. This is way better.
And this wasn't made for you. This was made for fools that wants to spend money on something that looks nice. This wasn't made for you.
Oh, I see. I know a commissioned blade, made for me to wield would probably be ideal.
Probably?
Again, I have other skills, but he'll hand that back. It's like, as a pure combat weapon, yes, it would obviously be the better.
Pure combat weapon. Are you telling me that my craftsmanship only gives you an edge on the battlefield? I'll have you know that my weapons have been carried by individuals that want to show off their opulence.
Yeah,
there is not just quality on the battlefield. It's also commanding a room. Damn it.
Right. Now, those are two different facets of the weapon. I thought we were talking purely about... Obviously, I've misunderstood part of this conversation. I'm not an expert. You are. But I can recognize this as art. That I'd be embarrassed if I couldn't.
Well, why do you need a blade?
I mean, for protection, of course. But it seems like some of these might be wasted on me. And the one that I have, it's important to me that it lasts.
Why is that important to you?
Because it was my mother's. She was its original owner. It was with her when she died. My loot was hers too. It was gifted to my father, but he gave it to me.
She looks away as you're saying this part of the story, like not even listening, just like looking back at the counter.
He's like kind of drones on, like he's trying to take sort of the sting off of what he's saying from himself. Anyway, that's why it's important. I'm not just going to get rid of it.
She looks back and says, "It's the handguard. It offers no additional protection. It's graceful looking, but it does nothing to provide any protection other than protecting your hands. You're not going to catch a blade with that. So you want me to reforge your trash weapon rather than making you a real one? What if we met in the middle? What if I used that weapon as inspiration to craft you a new one from scratch?"
Okay, but you can't throw it out, all right? I understand it offends your sensibilities, but you can't just turn it to slag or something. Like, I have to take it with me.
So you are willing to allow me to reforge a new one with that one as inspiration?
Yes.
So clearly it is not that important to you that it must be at your side on the battlefield.
Not necessarily on the battlefield, no.
I don't care what you do in a ballroom, aside from misrepresenting yourself because you have a shoddily made blade. But if you're willing to put that weapon aside on the battlefield, then if you're willing to allow me to make you a new blade, then allow me to make you a blade the correct way, and not whatever that is.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. That's fine.
Wonderful. Then I'm going to need to know your fighting style, and they're going to have to take measurements of your hand.
Fair. I don't know how to describe the fighting style.
Oh, no. That's
pauses.
easy to do. The guards here are mostly idiots. We can give a couple of them a few bottles of wine and convince them to fight with you. I'll watch.
I mean, sure. I can try to explain. I don't know how traveled you are, but...
Explain how you fight?
Or where I learned.
I'd just rather watch you.
Okay.
I need to see how it is that you hold different weapons, what hand you favor, what stance you favor. I need to know where it is to put the correct guard to safeguard yourself against your own missteps on the battlefield. I need to make sure that you're using an epee when you're supposed to. You're using an epee, even though you favor a foil or whatever the case may be. I need to see what is the best design for you, and I can't do that because you told me that you studied in some university somewhere. Who was your master? Who is their master? Who is their master? What battles did they fight in? What merits did they earn? You think I know these things?
I wasn't sure. But listen, I will trust your process.
Good. Now, before we waste any more time, do you have the coin for this?
A gold?
The coin for me to make you a fresh blade?
Yes.
It starts at
Maybe
40.
not on me right now. He just like pauses, goes, not on me. No. I can get it.
You can get it.
Reliably.
I'm not even going to watch you fight unless you can show me you have at least 20 golden. At least you have at least 20 gold on you.
Okay. I guess I'll have to be back. I don't just carry 20 gold on my person.
She points to the counter and says, "That coin will stay there in case you leave for my time."
That's
in case you don't
fine. I wouldn't
return
have it any
for
other
my
way.
time.
Because I wouldn't have it any other way. You can consider it a tip if I trip and die on my way outside.
And then you turn to leave. Right?
Yeah.
Never even asked your name.
Right?
Yep.
He didn't ask hers either. He like gets out, like walks away a little, goes, I don't even know who I just talked to.
What do you do?
Yeah. So I guess he's got cash in his favor already. For money. Yeah, he would go talk to Jim Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, hey, I kind of need this sword, and I don't have 40 gold.
Sword?
So-
I thought you had one. Sorry, this is Jim Smith. Yeah. A sword? I thought you had one.
I do. It's not in great condition. It was in like a avalanche. Long story. So I thought I was going to reserve the favor for something else, but yeah, I kind of need this. Or I guess I really want it.
Wait. I'm assuming you went to that new blacksmith. She has a growing reputation around her.
The hobgoblin?
Yeah, what's that catchphrase everybody uses?
He's new?
Oh, new in town. She's known throughout, that's right. They say the weapons she makes has a hint of magic in them.
Huh. That's actually interesting. She's kind of mean.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I've no need for a blade.
Right, of course. I mean, not in a bad way, in just like a really direct way. But yes, that one. I didn't catch her name.
Shrugs. I've heard of her. I think she's from Drazstone.
Oh. Well, she's charging 40 gold to custom make me a blade, so...
Oh, it's a steep price. I hope it's worth what you're paying for it. Then again, I don't know much about buying weaponry.
Well, I mean, after seeing her other work, she's going to make one inspired by this one, which is sentimental to me. So, I don't know. I'd really like to see a... maybe call it a revived version of this one. If it can't be repaired, then something inspired by it kind of works.
You work out the details with her and let her know that I will cover the costs, and I'm willing to pay for it all up front if need be. She has enough dealings here in Loshev. I know she won't skip out on town for the coin. So if she knows the coin is coming up front, she'll likely be a bit more amicable.
All right. Do you mind writing that? I have a feeling she won't believe me if I just tell her.
That's a fair point. A moment. Leaves for several minutes and then comes back. I have it sealed for you with my seal. Here you are. If she has any questions, she can come and visit me in the town hall.
I appreciate it. I don't know. I don't really have anything else. I should probably have thought of something so this didn't just seem like a business call, but either way, I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Likewise. Pleasure seeing you, Mikhail. And thank you again for what you've done for my family.
No. But yeah, he leaves after that.
Okay.
I mean, probably responds to that, but yeah.
Yeah. And then go back to her.
Yeah.
Later that day, next day, when do you go?
Probably right away.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
So you can walk
he's got
back
the
in,
paper right then.
and you can actually see, like, when you're walking up, she's outside and she's painting the wall. If she looked pissy before, she looks downright furious now. Angry painting.
I wonder if she'll be more angry now. Hello, I'm back.
She inwardly is happy for the excuse to put the brush down, but outwardly looks at you, drops the brush in there, and says, I told you you're not getting the coin back.
I wasn't coming to get the coin back. I told you that you could keep it. For your time. I put the paper up on, like, I imagine there's a counter. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you go inside, yeah.
Yeah. That's got Gemsmith's seal. He'll front the money.
You're telling me Counselor Gemsmith, Eulin Gemsmith, would
Yes.
front this?
I rescued his son, so yes.
She looks at you a bit sideways and says, Oh, you're one of them.
Yeah, the Valiant Few. I keep telling you I have other talents.
You must be Aldo.
Why would you think that? I mean, no, I'm Mikhail.
She thinks for a second and says, You look like what they describe Aldo as being.
Human?
Well, that's part of it.
What's the other part?
Never mind. If Gemsmith is willing to pay for this, then I say that we have you do the work tonight.
Right, yeah. Okay. What were we talking about?
You're going to fight drunk guards. Please try to keep up.
Yeah, right. Really quick though, what about me looks like Aldo? What?
Are you still
What was
hung
it?
up on the conversation's over?
He's like 10 years older than me. Okay, fine. Yes, I'll fight drunk guards.
How much do you think he's willing to spend?
A lot. Probably more than the 40. Of course, depending on what's done.
He has contacts in the north, doesn't he?
He does. He did say you could go to him with any questions.
Thanks for a moment. Do you think he has any contacts in Taziendale, or at least what used to be Taziendale?
Player does not remember if that's ever come up.
It did not.
I imagine he does. Then yeah. He goes, I don't know. He has a lot of contacts, though. So, could be possible.
All right.
Specific materials?
She waves it away and says, "Go find a handful of people that are willing to get drunk and fight you."
Wait, I have to do that?
Yes. I'm painting a wall.
I'm... Okay. He just leaves. He goes, hold on. Turns around. I'm Mikhail, not Aldo. And you are?
When you say that first part, it's like she's aggravated because that's already been established, right? And then when you say the second part, she goes, Hinta.
Hinta.
Into salt.
Well met, Hinta.
I'm sure.
He leaves. She, gets outside, she goes, why is she so mean to me? Is it me? Goes and... He's gonna go try to find Trinity. See if she can suggest any guards that will get drunk and fight him rather than
Well, that
running
sounds like
up
fun.
to
I'll do
random
that.
guards. Goes, no, not. I don't want to fight you.
Oh, actually, I've been making friends with Actually, you know her. You've met Jaden, right? The Maltese.
Yes.
Did I say that name right? I think I fucked up my own.
Yeah,
name.
you did. He's just that's in character. The yes, but that's what her name was, I believe.
I cannot remember her name off the top of my head now, but whatever it is. It says the Maltese
Pretty sure it's
soldier.
Jaden.
I think it's Jaden. Isn't it Jaden?
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
pretty sure it is.
Okay, I'm not crazy. So anyways, Jaden, I bet she would like to do that too. I bet she'd love an opportunity to take a crack.
I don't think she drinks.
Even better.
The instruction was to find people who would get drunk and fight me.
Let's just get her. It'd be fun.
For who?
She puts her arm in yours.
For who, Trinity? It's walking.
So it's like dragging you along and says, "Don't worry, we'll get a couple of other people too." Do you think everybody has to use a rapier? Let's get Tony. Let's get Tony with a rapier.
No, every Tony has been a lot bigger than me.
She looks at you beaming.
Why do you want to see me get hurt?
Oh, you wear that outfit when you use a rapier, don't you?
This outfit, the one I'm wearing.
She frowns and says, "Well, hopefully they're just practice rapiers."
I guess. I feel like something happens. It's in the water. It's just be mean to Mikhail Day.
She's like, "Oh, come on. I'll make it up to you later." And then brings you off to go get people.
Okay.
Anyways, you bring a handful of people back with you to the shop. And because it is the instruction to be intoxicated, and when you inquire as to why, Hinter's response is, "Because I said so." You stay sober, by the way. She what is it? Because it's the only chance that she gets to play, Jaden will actually loosen up, much at the behest of Trinity, to loosen up enough that she'll actually have some drinks too, and You end up fighting them. Let's just say it is not a fun experience from your perspective because sometimes it's 2-on-1, sometimes it's 1-on-1. They get opportunities to like catch their breath and drink some wine or whatever, and you have to keep fighting. It is exhausting going through this, and the whole time it's like, what the fuck? It's not like you're wearing your basic clothes, by the way. They do give you like a quilted like overarm or whatever to wear, because you don't want to actually get hurt. Like it might be like a little like a cut here or there, like a very minor thing, and it's always accidental. But it's it can be treated afterwards, but it's not meant to be dangerous. When everything's said and done, Hinta will go over and take measurements of your hand, as she had said beforehand, measurements of your forearm, your upper arm, just your body in general, so on and so forth. And then finally we'll say, one last time I will ask you, and there's only one correct answer. Do I have freedom to design this as I want from the ground up?
If there's only one correct answer, why are you asking?
Because you're paying.
You're like looking at his bruises. Yes, of course, I trust your judgment.
Good. Because when they attacked you with a short sword, you blocked it.
I don't remember.
You blocked it.
Is that bad? He's just like exhausted. Like a hair is like in his face.
It won't be when I'm done.
Oh. Okay. So what was I supposed to do?
You're kidding.
I'm tired.
Toss him that blade. Give me that, she says, and like takes like the rapier out of your hand, of whatever one you're using. She's like, attack me. With skill, if you have it, or like you're drunk. I don't care.
Okay. He attacks.
It puts the rapier in the hand, or else it gets the gods again.
You start attacking. She does not block a stout, thick blade. You know what I mean? She steps to the side. She deflects it. She moves around. She, all the ways that you would imagine you have to use like a rapier. Mostly but you're not going to touch blade to blade most of the time. It's too heavy. It's too large. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? And then, that whole bit. And then after it's like done and she finishes like disarming your character, so it falls to the ground. Finally, she says, and now you go home.
Good.
It does what it's told. Precious!
I go pick up the blade. I'm like, no, this isn't mine. Put it down. Just put it on the floor. He just keeps walking.
Excuse me. You're not really leaving with that blade still on that weapon, are you?
No. I'll go slog back over there.
She takes it and says, I'll see you in a few weeks.
But is there anything else your paying customers doing wrong before he leaves?
Thinks for a moment and says, lingering.
I hate how clever that is. He leaves.
Okay.
Yeah.
We jump cut. I have to look up how long it takes to make a rapier. I don't remember how long it takes for me to get that, so I'm not going to answer you tonight, IRL tonight.
It takes like a day. I've seen like the orcs and do it, and whatever the fucking movie is with Gandalf. Harry Wizard and the Sorcerer's Bone. What the fuck it's called?
Gandalf and the Hairy Wizard
Lord
of the Sorcerer's Bone.
Lord of the Rings. I got there. They're just like, and they're done.
Okay.
Easy. Sorry, I had a stroke there, everyone. I'm back.
I will get back to you on whether or not the that's ready for you. But I will say this, Keegan, that at the very least at the end of that, The old blade has been cut off of your mother's rapier. The where it was before had to be bored out, which is a very, very slow and arduous process to get something that can bore through the metal and then file it down to accept a new blade. Then she forged a new blade to take its place, and then had that, kind of like welded together, if you will. Did the work she could to put it back together. At the end of the day, it looks like it has the blade that it was always meant to have from the beginning. It looks like it was freshly forged, especially with how she filed out any nicks or whatever there are inside the guard to the best of her ability. Did it like a heavy polishing on it, et cetera, et cetera. She put a new like leather grip onto the hilt, like the grip there. She did all that stuff. As for a sheath, she did not give you a new sheath, but she did properly oil it and see to any like minor repairs or whatever that needed to be done to it, stitching, et cetera, et cetera. And she put into the sheath. In the meta, she didn't know if the sheath was of significance to you or not, so she didn't touch that. But in game, that's all taken care of. She doesn't deliver it to you. She doesn't get, she doesn't bring it to you or let you know it's ready. It's just at some point in time, you wake up in the morning and you open your indoor and it's literally sitting like sitting on the ground across your doorway, waiting for you. And it's there. And so just so y'all know, Keegan has been working with a sword with lesser than rapier stats because he couldn't afford a proper rapier coming into the game. It's level 0. So instead he took a weaker rapier. So literally had like a lower crit chance and a couple of other problems, whatever it was. Yeah, now it's a fully functioning rapier. I'm sorry?
The lower chance to hit and a lower crit chance. Had a -1 to hit.
I'm sorry, what was that? I'm sorry?
It had a -1 to attack and then a crappier crit
radius.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. I think it was 1920 instead of 1820, and all that's gone. It's to a normal functioning regular rapier at this point.
Sweet.
Which is great. All that's there. Also, what was left on the floor in front of your door is a small flask of oil. Which once you like pop it and you smell it, you realize P. Diddy? No, you realize it's blade oil. It's meant to properly treat the blade or whatever. And so
never mind. I'm gonna make the joke.
That's what's kind of like left for you. So that is definitively done for your character. Okay. The other thing I wanted to jump into, if everybody's good for it, just so we have it out of the way for next session, is the return of Elliot and him coming to speak to your characters. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I'm good for it.
Why am I being yelled at by Rosin?
Diddy joke.
She doesn't like you.
And that.
Cool. Awesome.
I also thought it was gonna be a masterwork with like the 50 gold or whatever the fuck was.
This isn't.
I think that's not done.
Yeah.
This is just my repaired sword. She's working on the custom one. Yeah.
Everyone's getting good equipment except for the fighter. What the fuck am I doing?
You already succeed. You don't need help.
I got bullied into this, just so you know.
Yeah, true initiates trying to trade places with you.
So
yeah, they have been in here. They've been in here wilded out.
So
I was a different character, but
eventually Elliot comes back, and he'll go to meet with Aldo or Billy. He'll go to meet with Billy, and at whatever tavern you guys would like, sit there and have a conversation. So when he comes in, it's like there's like a correspondence, if you will, through like a runner or letters back and forth with you, Jake, and with Elliot, and eventually set up a time and a place or whatever it is, and to go there. And when you guys walk in, maybe the three of you are already sitting there, and he'll come walking in afterwards to join. So I've already described Elliot beforehand, but Elliot is a human. He's an attractive gentleman, well put together, so on and so forth, and walks straight back. Clearly has etiquette, probably a degree of education, and so on. When he comes in and comes around the corner, He sees you standing there, and he walks over. And seeing the three of you, he says, "Ha, Billy, it's a pleasure to see you again."
Oh, likewise, Elliot.
And will go to shake your hands, and look to the other two, and say, "Are you going to introduce?"
Oh, Koa, Mikhail.
Koa, Attila. Pleasure.
Same.
She gives like a nod.
Okay.
So you got introduced already.
And he'll sit down and say, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet the two of you, as I said. So I have a bit of a contract that has already begun between your companion and myself, and there were some details that we had to hammer out to get things moving on. But I assume there's still interest based off the correspondence and the fact that everybody's here."
You would assume
Say so.
correctly, Elliot.
Wonderful. Good. Then I suppose there's no reason to waste any time. I'm terribly sorry. Billy, what was your name again?
Aldo.
Aldo. That's what it is.
Billy, what was
No
your
reason to
name
waste any
again?
time then. So there was a discussion about there being an expedition to take place into some of the old mole ruins that exist here in Adir. Now, I understand that there's rumor and reputation of there being several of them, but I did have my eye set on one particular set. I was really hoping that you would head that way. Did you have an opportunity to speak with them about this, Billy? Aldo?
I did, yes.
And?
We're here, aren't we?
To go to the ruins to the west.
Out of game, did I tell you guys that?
The mountains ones, yeah.
I think I did, right?
I think we
That's what
ultimately,
he says, yeah.
Yeah. Semi recently.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Then I've already taken the liberty of putting together supplies for you to travel that way. I won't lie, I was torn between these two options. I didn't know if you wanted to have a skilled guide, if you will, to help you over there, but then I heard rumors of what Aldo and his companions had done down in Hod Gwen. Whew. I decided to save myself the money of hiring somebody that's just probably going to get in your way, and collected a field book for you instead. Figure you'd probably make better use of that. But I have everything together for you. You can start the expedition as early as you would like.
Excellent.
Yes. What is it that you're hoping to find exactly about this place? What interests you so much?
So, this particular group of ruins, or this particular ruin that has been rumored to be over that way for some while, as far as I understand, it is a nut that has yet been cracked. That means there could theoretically be a treasure trove of knowledge about the mole that could be acquired. I have been working to study the mole for many years now. I am doing what I can to gather the information with the thought of maybe drafting something that could be published to share the knowledge that's been lost throughout the ages. And the idea that there could be that much inside these ruins is just priceless. Now, unfortunately, exactly where these ruins are set, it's not known to me. They need to be discovered. And whether or not these ruins, traveling to and from, and certainly exploring therein, whether or not that's dangerous, that needs to be determined. If you're able to both discover the ruins and determine their safety, then I could potentially join you on the expedition as we look to decipher what this means. This is an opportunity for us to all, well, gather a bit of wealth.
Out of game real quick. Do we think that all of these ruins are like part of the Mole Empire because they all have that stone?
The stone is an indicator, but also this is theoretically where the Mole Empire was before, and these lands was their empire.
Yeah.
Again, most history of the Mole is like kind of lost to time. Like, it's hard to find writings of them. It's hard to find reference to them, so on and so forth.
But this isn't the first time we've heard Mole associated with one of the ruins.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Now, just to be clear here, if we find these ruins and we can safely get to them, and there's some kind of a cave entrance or a door or whatever, do you want us to go deep into them, stop there and turn around and come back, say, well, we found the entrance? How far into this do you want us to go to ensure it's safe before we retrieve you? Because the dangers could lie without or within, or both. For example, we'd found a place in the woods to the east that also had some stone reminiscent of this mole empire, and well, getting to them and out of them. How else do I describe this other than that there were plants that grew very quickly and seemed to want us dead?
Huh. That's
But if all of these different places have to do with this empire, I mean, maybe you have interest in all of them.
that is interesting. I wonder if you actually witnessed those plants growing, or if maybe there was some sort of mental affecting spore or something over there that caused you to see that. But
I can tell you that they grew quicker than I've ever seen, and I have some knowledge of the wilderness, and there were none of them around us, and then took a night's sleep, kept an eye out, and still, even watching, somehow they snuck up on us, and the next day we were surrounded. We tried to hack our way through, and they seemed to fill back in almost as quickly as we could get rid of them. It was like something I'd never seen.
Yeah. It was
I'm going to pause you guys.
not natural.
He actually opens up a book, produces like an inkwell, and a quill, and starts asking a lot of questions. How did you get there? If you guys produce the maps or whatever it is for him to see him, he will copy those over.
Would we?
Aldo holds a hand up. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Hey,
I don't know how
that's
much
another
we're telling him
expedition
right
here.
now, 'cause this feels like more jobs that we're like, we don't need to hire
Yeah.
someone else.
He goes, hold on, I'm compiling the information.
Yeah, and you pay for information, right? Just like you did that map.
He frowns and looks at you and says, "This is a partnership. Don't go all Billy on
It's going to
me.
be a lucrative one.
It's going to be a lucrative one if I'm correct with what's inside those ruins."
Elliot, actually, hold on. What is is he Idirian? Or can I tell, like, where he's from?
Oh yeah, he seems
all?
to be an Aryan, yeah.
Oof.
A deer in headlights.
Then yeah, he'll just say, I'm actually also trying to study these ruins. I'm really more researching the Idirian curses, the legends and things of them.
I knew it. I told Gwen all
see
about that.
If they have... Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine. They're nice stories. But to see if they have any validity. That particular one did seem to match up to one of the curses frighteningly well.
Well, there's validity.
There is.
If this is a partnership, I'm
But-
happy to give you more details, looking to Aldo. But before Mikhail goes spilling too many of his own secrets, perhaps a give on your side here is, what are you hoping to find out from some old empire that failed?
How did they rise? How did they fall? Who were their partners? What did they, what was their primary import? What was their day-to-day life like, culture? What kind of faith did they have? Did they study for the advancement of societies? If so, what did they study?
And, this knowledge does sound interesting, don't get me wrong. But other than for purely knowledge-hungry purposes, this is a lot of money and a lot of risk to figure out what some dead people used to import.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I guess you could put it that way.
Now, the curse is, sure, it's interesting because it's a problem that we might face now, right? But, this knowledge of them, is it going to be helpful in some way for modern days, or is it just to pique curiosity? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a curious person. The gods know curiosity is important, but even that has limits as to what's worth the risk.
Koa, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but have you ever seen a library?
Yes, of course, I've seen a
No.
library. There's a one. Passed by it. It was probably here in town or Hodgwin or somewhere. The Hodgwin has, the library.
It's private libraries for a couple of the
That's why I didn't go in.
those books are filled with knowledge that is acquired through either research or expedition.
I'm not saying I don't want to go on this. I'm just saying if there's anything at these places like the plants that seemingly grew by the second and wanted to devour us without Cantilla.
Kithil.
Kithel.
Without Kithel there to help us know to be on the stone if we'd set up camp on the ground, I'm not sure we'd still be alive. And I'm just saying that after what we just went through, I'd like my death to matter a bit more than just dying to some plants looking for lost knowledge that is simply to pique curiosity. That's all.
It's
Now,
not simply to pique curiosity.
That's all I wanted to hear.
It's not for curiosity. This is for education. This is to understand the history of the lands that we live on and how it is that our cultures came to be the way that they are. I mean, if these are in fact mole ruins, what were they built for? Why has nobody been able to penetrate it yet? What does it take to penetrate it? What is hiding inside of there? What if there's lost knowledge that can bring about a whole revolution that's just waiting to be tapped? There are so many things that could come of this.
Koa, this conversation seems really familiar, and that's what you sound like. Winston Elliot.
Well, Elliot, I'm with you 100%. He'll say, turning like the sideways to Aldo, like, well, if that's what I sound like, clearly I must be right. Now then, more details about those plants. And actually, I learned something about some ruins in Hodgwin that I'd love to give you some details on, including some weird door and crumbly stairs. And,
Well,
jelly
I would.
plants.
It would be nice also if that information went both ways.
Oh,
Right?
yes. Let me
mean-
tell you as well, then, Mikhail. There were some jelly plants.
I more meant if he was to also share what else he's learned. If we're going to give him what we've learned.
Oh, absolutely. I'd be more than happy to.
Fantastic.
Yeah, this is not meant to be a one-way street. If you're going to be exploring these ruins, I need to make sure that you survive them.
Yeah.
Elliot, I don't think we mean to come off as skeptical or rude, but we have just dealt with about the worst that the world has to offer, and our faith in sentient kind is not exactly at an all-time high right now.
Yeah, I heard. What you guys did was good work. It's pretty terrible.
So, I think it's affected each of us, and we're just a bit ready to be screwed over, or
He actually holds up a hand to stop you. He goes, I don't think you understand. You're free folk, so you're from round here, but not from round here. I've been talking to a couple of my friends the past few weeks about, people that we knew over the years that kind of just disappeared. And they're like, they moved away kind of suddenly.
Oh.
And it just makes you wonder, did they?
we had an animal companion with us when we were going into the woods, and coming back through the vines, it didn't make it. We had to put it down. Proof that we weren't just having some delusion is we lost a pack animal that succumbed to wounds from thorny vines.
We'll
They'll show
all
like the
miss him.
scars on it, like his ankles, like pardon the crudeness, but I myself was torn to shreds passing through. These vines were very much real, and they went from not existing to covering what felt like a mile, if not
Easily.
mile,
Yeah.
in one night.
It's
Matter
funny.
of hours.
I understand that in game, he was just trying to get back to the information out of respect of what was just said. But out of game, that was such a whiplash segue. Like my friends may have been sold into slavery over the years. We had an animal companion in the woods. It died.
He's giving him.
I know
intel.
your pain, Fred. No.
Hey, he's already covered. He went through the slave ring, but now
Yeah,
he's getting
yeah,
back to the intel. He wants intel. Koa's giving him intel.
Donkey, that one of your party members is clearly not sad is dead.
But either
Koa
way,
is
so
very sad. That was a
he-
great donkey. It ate out of his hand. It was a beautiful animal.
to jump ahead here, he takes down whatever information you're willing to share about
Yeah.
the locations or whatever.
Koa's oversharing after Aldo said this guy's like Koa. So unless they stop him, Koa's oversharing intel.
Depends if there's any give or take. Like, is Koa saying some information and Elliot's giving us
He
some, or is
will-
Koa just like
yeah.
rambling
No,
everything
He
out?
will let Elliot give intel in between, but he's still going to be like, once he gets something that seems like the group's satisfied, he'll be like, all right, here's what I know about Hodgwin. Here's about this place in Rid. Like, he'll give what he knows.
So one of the details
Yeah.
he's going to be willing to share is that because you guys are also going to talk about like the slave ring where that was taking place is another like ruins that seem to be mole, and he's going to be like, actually, I did hear of that place too, and talked to some of the people that were freed and the description that was there. I don't think it's the same. It seems like both ruins do seem to be mole, but there seems to be this, I don't know, a difference between them, right? Like when you hear the rumors about the ruins that people have seen, there's a degree of, I don't know, like a grandiosity, is that a word? Grandness to some of the ruins, and a degree of kind of simplicity to others. And it is almost the juxtaposition between them suggests that they did not serve the same purpose. They had different significance. What significance they served, well, that might help us in our safeguarding ourselves and the others. The reason why I bring this up is because the ruins like you see in the center of Hod Gwen, those are going to be more like the ruins that you're going to be finding here in the mountains, I believe. Whereas the ruins where you found the slave trade happening, well as that is, that's different. That's not like these. And I do have markings on my map where other people have claimed that they've seen ruins like that before. And I'd be happy to share that information with you as we move on. It's not pertinent today, though. Perhaps he thinks for a moment, maybe if I stay in Loshev long enough, a cartographer can come through that I could pay to make something more solid get put together. That'd be a good idea.
What do you know of the stone? There's something strange about like even the bridge here in Loshev, but all these places seem to have this stone.
He
some
slams
kind of-
his hand on the table really hard. He says, I know! Is that a type of stone that was ored? That was ored? No.
Quarried?
Quarried.
Yeah.
Ferry and ore.
Yeah.
So
He's going
anyways,
all around it.
is that a type of
Quarried.
stone that was quarried from the ground and they used it to build? Or is that some sort of lost technique of how it is you can melt metal into the stone? Do you know? I certainly don't. That is something that we can discover. How did they do that? Where did they get those materials from? Why did they do it? Is it just for opulence? Is it just to stand out and show how powerful that you are, to shine as a beacon in the sunlight, or did it serve a greater purpose? I want to know the answers to those questions.
Perhaps it was something
Pretty good questions.
magical. Maybe something magical they did, and perhaps they. No. What if they had that the same disease where it would like eat away magic? Like, perhaps they knew a way to stop it.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're getting at. I mean,
Disease
possibly.
for eating magic? He starts taking notes.
Yeah.
Is this one of the
forget what
curses?
that was.
I as a player forget the country that it was. but-
Amala.
It was in Malta. I can't remember what I mistakenly thought it was.
Yes, I have a friend who, well, at least knows of this disease in Malta where magic people, by using magic, lose. It's complicated, but ultimately they lose their ability to do magic as they use more of it, and gives them strange markings and stuff, as it takes a toll on their body and that. But
Took the notes, but eventually like slowed down the taking of notes, and was like, I'm not sure if that's related, but it's certainly something that we
Never
can look
asked
into.
him about that.
But if they had magic, and perhaps magic was something that devoured some of their kind, they might know some kind of cure to it that would help today.
It is possible. Again, these are all things that can be discovered, especially with how many curses are associated with them.
Yes.
It has to be assumed.
That sounds like a curse, doesn't it?
It does. No, I'm agreeing with you. It does sound
It
like a
actually
curse.
does.
Yeah. If there's curses here, that leads one to believe that something about their society was magical. Curses don't just like, I understand that there's, widows are cursed for this, or break a mirror cursed for that, or whatever, but these are phrases, superstitions. I mean,
Right.
like real curses.
Real ones. Generally attributed to the school of necromancy. I almost went on a nerd tangent. But I know what you mean. I've been studying. I don't know if any specifically sound like that disease, but it doesn't mean that there won't be evidence. It doesn't mean there won't be evidence of attempts to treat it, or even just others who've contracted it in any of these ruins. We could find anything.
Necromancy is in, like, bringing back the dead. You're thinking all of these are involved with zombies?
Oh, common misconception. Necromancy isn't just bringing back the dead. It is the magic dealing with death, yes, and it can contribute to undeath, but there's other uses. Some of them very useful and not wicked at all.
So those plants could have been zombie plants.
Gentlemen, I think we're getting off topic here.
We are. But no. He's answering Go's question and then turning back.
I want to circle back to something you had said earlier. How
He's a
far
circle back guy.
How far are you meant to penetrate before I'm satisfied?
Yep.
Well, if it's Scott, not very deep.
I want you to, I want you to understand. I want you to understand that
Take much.
well, the reason why I want you to determine whether or not it's dangerous is because the only place that I'm dangerous is on the dance floor. If you want to see me cut rug like nobody else, if you want to see me
Scott, is this in character?
yes, if you want to see me
Taking
woo
this
the
serious?
ladies
God
like
damn it.
nobody else can, I can absolutely do that. But I have literally no understanding of how it is a sword works beyond which end to hold.
Like no one else can?
Like nobody else can.
That's impressive.
He looks to you and says, "You're the minstrel."
That's why I don't believe you.
Oh, well then let's kick this off then. Mikhail?
We're doing business right now, Aldo.
No. My integrity was brought into question.
I mean,
Mikhail?
all right, I'll
Was
bring
I
him a
poisoned?
tune really
What's
quick.
happening?
I guess we're having a dance battle or something. Take out.
Oh, well, we're going to need some percussion here.
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, here we go.
I'm not sure what a dance battle is, but it sounds intriguing.
But you need a tune. I got you.
Oh, I got the beat.
Holy shit, he does got it.
It's like the most generic rock beat. You know, it's like what is it? It's like
I'm taken aback.
was it
Dude, drum solo.
boom 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 boom
Just in.
boom 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 boom.
I'll freestyle over this beat.
Wait, Mikhail, you do the shit
Oh my
roll?
god.
There you go.
It's mad.
the guys!
I'm taken aback by how well Ko is doing compared to how poorly he did last time.
I was holding back. This is a real battle. In
He is
battle, I know how to
practicing
prevail.
this one beat constantly. He has one beat. It's very and he's got it.
Do I get a plus 20 modifier on Dan percussion?
Dan percussion.
All right, this is the first performance of the guys.
All right, let's see. Yeah.
All right, give
Come on,
us a
Elliot.
dance roll. Come on.
I did. I rolled. So
What'd you get?
so I
Okay.
rolled a flat 13 because he's level 1. He has 1 rank in it. So that gets you to 14. It's a class skill, so 3 more gets you to 17. He has a +1 charisma mod, so that gets you to 18. And because it literally is the character's concept and focus, he actually has, for his first level feat, skill focus, perform dance. He has
Holy
21
shit.
total.
So I could luck
Okay.
it and still be better.
Yeah, I suppose, yes.
You could.
So anyways, so he has a 21 total, and absolutely, like, to the song, absolutely has fun dancing to it. You know, and you guys, because of how lively, first of all, who you are, and then second of all, how lively the 4 of you just got, the 3 of you of fame, it literally just brings up, like, the whole energy of the place that you're in. Just the whole, like, you're talking about we're doing business. It now, when you guys finally, the energy of your characters, the whole place just continues vibing for the rest of the night. You guys are in the corner, kind of like yelling over the volume of the place, like, yeah. So these are the supplies that I got ready for you to go. Hold on 1 second. Oh my
We're in
god, they have
Loshev,
3
right?
left feet. Look at that. Oh.
Yeah.
This
Anyways.
is like someone with a fiddle and harmonica, like showing up at like a Georgia bar when like Devil Went Down to Georgia starts playing. Is what we just did.
Yeah, it literally.
Yeah.
Like, listen,
Mikhail would also, he would apologize, but he would concede that, okay, yeah, you fucking got it, dude. He gives him the bow.
after some drinks, when he's actually lightens up a bit more tipsy, he's like, "You guys don't understand. Listen, if this goes well enough, I could have enough money. I could start my own dance hall. You know, I could have my own business. I thought about buying into one before, but Billy's a fuckface and ruined that chance. But if I made my own."
Yeah.
We can perform for you. I do percussion. Mikhail, as you see, he's got the stringies, and Aldo with the
Guy's
song.
got pipes.
voice
what
of
can
an
you say? a gruff, drunken angel, but an angel still.
That's right.
So, is that what you're after? You're wanting to uncover all these mysteries so you get money, so you get a dance hall?
Well, I mean, curiosity and all that, but you can't just live for one thing in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
You have to explore the many different beauties of the world, whether it be the beauty of knowledge, the beauty of the ladies, the beauty of dance, the beauty of the gents, the beauty of food, of wine. I mean, there is all sorts of things in life that you can just enjoy, and why limit yourself to one, right? So I mean,
This sounds like a glorious purpose for existence, and I myself am envious that you have found it.
he's like, thanks, man.
Just
Yeah,
nodding.
like full on, like, the rumors about you are true. You are a good guy.
We're the guys.
Yeah, we are.
He'll say like almost falling off out of the seat.
He goes, yeah, a group of guys, yeah.
Yeah, the Valiant Few is what we call ourselves. Fucking dueling titles.
I just love how tired the Valiant Few. Like, you don't catch on, right?
That's us. That's us. It's we.
Anyways, so you guys are slipping in the plug, heyo. So
That sounds like something.
So the evening goes on, and he continues to tell you the details of what it is that you're going to go do. And he's like, "Listen, I have everything ready. You can leave in the morning. I've got it all stacked up." He's like, "I got for you." Hold on, I'm gonna grab it. He's like, "I swung by this what is she like a herbalist lady down in Hod Gwen. I bought up some stuff that she had down there.
I'm like hitting Koa on the
Koa's
arm.
just like,
I went.
you
and
know
got
Gwen?
what? Yeah, hard Gwen. Yeah.
Still hitting him.
Guinevere, the herbalist.
What?
Yeah, that's.
I'm
He knows
falling
her.
for her.
Holy shit!
No, listen.
We're like seeing each other.
No,
and
no,
stuff.
listen. It's
Wait,
loud in
really?
here. Listen, I don't want you falling. So I got you a climber's kit. I got you like 200 feet of rope. I got you some pythons and a hammer.
No. I mean like love falling, like hearts, like.
Yeah, love. I heard that that Bildo. I heard that Bildo is like good with a crossbow. So I got you some grappling bolts so that you can like, and get to
You
climb
want me
up
to
so you don't
shoot
fall.
Gwen? No, the answer's no.
No,
Wait,
no,
Koa,
no. You don't.
What happened to Gwen?
No, you guys aren't going to those ruins in Gwen. You're going to the Hard Gwen. You're going to the ruins to the mountains.
I'd explore Gwen.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the exploring. We have a hooded lantern with
Yeah.
some torches and some oil. Get you everything that you need for this. Even flint and steel to light it up.
I like push
We didn't
whatever I have
dance,
left of my
but
drink
we could
over to
probably
Aldo.
light it up.
You look at Aldo, and he's like that type of drunk where you're all carrying on, and he's just like sitting there being like,
It's also very loud,
Takes
so
the drink.
we're mishearing each other.
He's like, how many you are there?
He's like, listen, and I know that you're going to want to sleep together, right? He says to Koa, you're going to want to sleep together, right?
Oh, I hope so.
So I got you a tent for 4 people to make sure that you guys were. I didn't know if you were bringing an extra with you. So I got one big enough for all of you,
Wait, Gwen's sleeping with 4 people? Are you one of them?
Better not be. Now, she and I could talk about
No,
that.
guys,
but
stop talking dirty. I got you soap. I got you
arms
bars
off.
of soap to keep clean. I got white water skins so you don't
Oh.
dehydrate. I got everything you need.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, listen. I even got you a nice ass to for all of it.
Who, her?
All right, man, that's enough. I think
What?
you've gone far enough.
No, yeah, no, yeah.
I mean,
but no,
yeah, you're
no,
not wrong. I feel this is kind of rude to stare.
No, an ass. Actually, that's
That's
not
what
right.
I said.
No, not a mule.
Or that's what you said.
No, it's a mule.
No,
Mule
no.
died when we went into the ruins.
Yeah, I didn't like that
Mikhail.
mule, I'll be honest.
Which I'm not gonna lie, should have cued me into Mikhail, but I still am listening to him for some reason. But I know that was a good donkey.
No,
Yes,
it wasn't.
yeah,
It bit
like a
me for
donkey.
no reason.
Yeah, but a mule. The thing is, I think I got more than the mule can carry, so you might have to get some
shit.
more.
Aldo throws up all over the table.
Oh my god, you literally throw up partially on the documents that you guys have there. And so you can imagine everybody's like, ew,
Oh, fuck.
oh, and like
Oh,
dives
God.
in and has to like save the documents.
Okay, Mikhail's instinct's gonna going to kick in. He's probably gonna try to cast Prestidigitation while drunk in front of a lot of people.
You're gonna have to make a castle.
I figured that it's concentration, right? I'm assuming. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, first I'll boop it, and then I'll just click the thing.
Hey.
I made it.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Yeah.
So, had you rolled poorly, the fresh acidic vomit with all the alcohol and everything on it, on all of the inks and the papers here, especially the fresh inks, all that stuff could have pulled inks and important things off of the paperwork as you did that.
Yeah.
But you rolled high enough that did not happen. Some damage was
worried.
done to the paperwork, and it's going to unfortunately smell like vomit for a long while. But at least you were able to preserve the knowledge on there well enough. You know what I mean? No knowledge is lost,
Yeah.
even if it's slightly harder to read. So it's one of those he's like, blah, everyone's like, oh, and he reaches in, he starts like grabbing it, and there's like vomit like on his hands. He's trying to save the documents, and all of a sudden all the vomit like balls up, and he's just like, what? And then you just see you try to throw it out the
shit.
window, but the window's closed.
The bar's turning a little quiet. Time for another rendition, boys.
Holy shit, dude! God damn!
Oh, we're back.
Oh, you do that? And this is what happens. He's like, and then like as he's trying to figure out what's
It's
going
better
on,
than before.
Holy shit!
you guys perceive it as better because you're drunk. As he's trying to figure out
tables.
Why?
what's going on, all of a sudden he looks over to see the vomit there, and he's like, and then he looks back and like magic, as though he blinked that way, blinked back this way. You guys are on stage performing. He's like, what is happening?
I need to know, is Elliot dancing again?
So Elliot is seeing this happening, and he's so confused. But by the end of the song, the confusion settles away, and he's dancing again.
Okay, you gotta roll.
I rolled a 2.
He got worse. We got better.
Plus 8, mind you. Plus 8. So
So it's still decent.
So still decent, but oh man, you rolled a 2.
Like obviously
He's
distracted.
that guy on the dance floor that's so out of it. Like he's just like in his own world. That's
He
what's
doesn't even
going
care
on
if
right
he's
now.
dancing.
He's like
with
over
anyone.
there
He's
doing
the
a
guy dancing
two-step.
by himself. And everyone's like clapping for. And then like the dance quality gets worse as the night goes on. So they're still like cheering him on, but it's kind of like pity. Like, oh yeah, you go, you.
He's like full on doing the electric slide, but he's just staring at the vomit window, like just like completely unerringly.
And then again, as the evening goes on, it just almost like in your mind jump cuts, because there's this blackout moments in your mind. There's jump cuts. You guys are back at the table, and he's like, okay, so with everything together, we'll leave at dawn. We ride at dawn.
That just made the whole scene with these jump
we-
cuts. I can picture it as a movie.
Yeah.
It's just great.
Yeah.
It's great.
We're gonna have
Imagine
a
the
very
last thing-
silent morning.
Yeah, I think like
We
the
could
last thing
animate
Kayla
any
remembers
scene.
is,
I'm just saying.
is like he's like, we ride at dawn. He goes, and he wakes up in the morning. He's, oh, fuck.
You were gonna, if it was a movie, as
Where's my
Jake was
stuff?
saying, is that you wake up, jump cuts, wake up in the morning, and you hear the fading in from the background to being really loud, that alarm clock noise. What movie did that? Was that John Wick?
Probably, I don't know.
Like he gets the shit kicked out of him, and like jump cuts to the morning, and it's like
Is it?
I think John
I haven't
Wick
seen that
did
in a while.
Yeah. Anyways, cool.
Do we leave in a
Fucking
timely
hell.
manner in the morning?
No, God, no, no. Oh, that, and he said he's going with you in the morning. You would have to press him to go with you. He's going to 100% renege on that. Absolutely.
Oh. Well, we
You
would
can
try.
press
'Cause he
it.
told us we ride at dawn. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
Oh, you can 100% press
we,
it. That
we,
got
we ride at dawn. Get up.
Do you actually?
We press it.
We're pressing him. We're
Oh, you
100%
do?
pressing him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you press him to go with. I need a diplomacy check.
Can I try to aid?
Yes, of course. Sorry.
Dude, am I drunk? Where is it? Okay.
Ooh. So that's a 14. Y'all want me to luck? Do we really want to?
Oh, are
press
you
him?
the one? I thought Aldo was the one. You're doing it.
Oh, was Aldo doing it?
I don't know which one of you is.
I don't know who's leading. I just rolled.
Yeah, you aided Wade. He can do it. I would have rolled for 8 anyway, so I don't think you can double aid. So.
Well, who's the
But
one
yeah.
pressing it? Was it Wade pressing it? It almost sounded like it was Wade that was pressing for it. I just
Oh, I was intending to.
I mean, 100%. Yeah,
So-
both of us. But I would not claim that I'm usually the one to lead on diplomacy.
Okay,
so
then-
I would say it's probably
it,
Mikhail.
it sounded like you were the one leading, but because I didn't realize that Keegan had the interest in it that much. So never
I
mind.
would luck it though. Let's luck it.
Okay, let's look it. All right,
Cool.
So that's 16 total.
He's like, fine, but you said that you had 3 horses you ride on, and I already said there's too much stuff for the mule that I bought.
Yeah.
We're gonna need another horse.
All right,
Oh.
another horse, maybe a cart. Get some firewood or something.
No, you don't bring a cart into the mountains.
Yeah, that would be bad. Okay, yeah, we'll.
Elliot, you don't sound too good. Here, take this, and I push over a mug. And then we have one of those scenes again where it just cuts, and we wait an extra day because the exact same thing happened.
Oh my god.
You hand him a mug, and then
Come on,
it's just
please.
like, damn.
It's like it cuts through a bunch of just everyone having fun scenes, but like really quick interspersed, just like, like someone crying in like a corner,
It's Groundhog Daying it.
like people holding Koa back from fighting someone.
We do. Naga's right. We do have to
hold on.
get
Hold
Jaden
on,
and
hold on. I'll take care of this. Wait, I'll take care of this. Jake, choose somebody to roll a D100 in chat.
We'll go with Joey. Joey, don't let me down. I'm actually going to hold it against you.
You want high or low?
High is good for you in this.
Come on, Joey.
Of course, high is good for us after we got an 88 earlier.
Of course, you're welcome. Just so you know, Green would get mad at you for that logic. Are you arguing that? Because he would say every roll is equally random.
That
is high.
That's not the right
It's really
person, is it?
medium.
Am I crazy?
Okay.
That was
Jake,
Otto, yeah.
I allow your
That was
requests. Oh, fuck.
It's fine. Joey taking too long. It's
taking
No,
too
no,
long.
no, we need Joey.
sweet.
Joey, get back
No, he's taking
here.
too long. We're going late. Keep going.
There,
Keep
oh,
going.
yes. It does exactly as you said. You hand him a mug, and you wake up the next morning.
Elliot ends up in jail.
No. You guys,
There's science in his room.
get up next morning. You are able to go. Elliot spends the last of his money to buy a riding horse to be able to travel with you, because you guys have Simon, but Simon's going to also carry goods that you guys need. Like
I was going to
supplies
buy
that you-
another carrying horse for like 2 gold, like a shit horse.
Well, so you have a mule that he gave you, and you already have a carrying horse, so you already have 2 pack animals, so you're good. You don't need. To
I
get
thought
that.
I thought we needed another one to carry like firewood or something.
So the amount
He got
of
the mule. Yeah.
yeah. So more or less, the mule and the carrying horse can hold the same amount, which is 175 at a light load. But because mules move slower anyways, you can get all of your horses to medium load, and it wouldn't matter. So that you have tons of carrying space. So you're good. But back to so you could say that he spends the last of his, like, more or less he's down to like a silver and copper left in his coffers, right? After all the drinking, after buying all the supplies, and then eventually buying a riding horse, bit, bridle, saddle.
Now I'm
all
rooting
that
for this
stuff.
guy. I hope this is worth it for him.
Right?
I mean, he's digging the loan out. So, anyways, he's investing into this, and so he does leave with you guys. We will pick up next session with you guys have already traveled an entire day, and I'll cover how many miles it is. And when you wake up that next day, now because you travel the whole day hungover, when you wake up that next day, you realize, oh shit, we forgot the Maltese.
No, he didn't.
2 hard nights of drinking, 2 hard nights of drinking, and leaving very fucking hungover.
Wait, that second one was real?
Yeah, as I was like, I'll let it happen, but we'll see if something bad or good
That's
happens.
what you were rolling for? I thought something
I
else was
didn't
going to
know.
happen.
I wasn't gonna do that.
rolling
What?
It's okay. It's just one less task for
You're
you.
saying we had 48
Listen,
hours to
it happened.
think of them?
It happened.
Well, we're going back.
That's
You can't.
yeah. I guess we're going back.
We can, but we'll pick that up next session because it's already after 1. So
Yeah.
next session. But just as a reminder for you all, I have to adjust, I think, some minor numbers for weights or whatever. But this is the supplies that were given to you by him. There we go.
My immersion, the numbers on the book are floating.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's everything that he had collected to give to you guys for this this voyage, if you will, which is not a small amount of materials. That is many, many, many gold pieces of materials. Many, many gold pieces of like upwards of 100 gold pieces of materials.
Wait, 4 tinder twigs? Oh, that's what you called your penis.
Damn.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, that's really expensive. That's a lot. Thank you.
Oh, I did forget to mention one thing. You guys heard rumors that second night of drinking. You heard rumors that apparently
Still not super okay with that.
You heard rumors. We'll talk after, but you heard rumors
Yeah.
after that second night of drinking that apparently there have been recent sightings of Orsugo lately, and he's known to be to the forest to the east. Not even the forest to the east of where you immediately are, but like the other forest in eastern Adir, like many miles from where you are, right? Supposedly, there are rumors that he has been seen to the west of where you are.
Oh, fuck.
So he's east of us, west of us, north of us, and south of us right
Well,
now.
he's usually to the east, but rumors are suggesting that he's to the west of you right now.
Okay. Yay.
I meant to slip that in earlier, but I forgot. Important detail. Say it now so it's not brought in ad hoc next session.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's good.
Mikhail's not feeling well.
You want to know?
You good? Do I need to pick me up or
What?
anything?
I
You going for the
don't
three,
know.
Pete?
We go back to the
No.
Maltese and do another night.
That'll just be the whole campaign. We all get arrested.
It reminds me, I don't know if you guys have seen Shaun of the Dead, but like how every time they go to the bar, it's like the shots down.
Yep. Everything just
I think it's
zooms
exactly
ahead.
what Jake was thinking of.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Cool. All right. Let's.
Yeah, my brain's turning
Winchester,
off
right? The
At this
Winchester.
point.
It won't matter, Anno, because they're going to travel
Yeah.
a day, and then by the time they get somewhere that's worth noting, it'll be, they'll be fine. All right, let's wrap up the session. Let's wrap it up.
Yee.
Keegan, anything you care to say?
That mule was evil. Y'all defending it are also evil. I tried to do a good act and comfort it in its dying moments, and it bit me. Then if you cheer for that, you're a bad person. And also, come over to the Unnatural Ones, twitch.tv/unnatural_1s on Tuesdays in the same time block, because I run a game over there that is also fun occasionally.
I have an important question to ask about that campaign.
Yeah.
Are they allowed to butt chug?
No.
Wait, you wouldn't allow it either?
They haven't asked, so.
What if they did?
Is wait, doesn't at least one of your PCs watch the stream?
Yes. I think she went to bed earlier,
It's
though.
just Hale, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just Hale.
Yeah, she already said she went to bed.
Just
But you're a
everybody
fun
ping
DM and you
Giselle
would
in
allow it.
Discord.
Like,
Everybody ping
if
Giselle.
you had poison and there was a guard sleeping, you would allow your PCs to flip them up, dunk it in.
I'd allow them to try.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd give them the general warnings of, like, that's probably not going to work, but you know what? Go for it.
No. What you do is
And
you get them
then
to
knowing-
agree to party, and then you start butt chugging some beer yourself. You convince them it's a good idea, and then you pour the poison in when they're butt chugging.
See, that would imply that my PCs, like, think stuff through that much.
Exactly.
just be like,
You would
"I'm strong,
it
flip
if
'em
they
over."
did. You would not stifle creativity.
No, why
Thank
would I
you.
do that?
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
I want to point
I'm
out
above
that
3'2", so I don't really feel the need to do that. Oh wait, that wasn't for me, was it?
I want to point out that
Tender
Keegan
twig.
called that "think that through." Norway, in the Aurorum community chat, what would you do if your PCs wanted to force a prison guard or some other captive of theirs to butt chug poison? How would you go
It's
about
really
handling
weird
that
how
as a
out of
DM?
all of the viewers that are here right now, you choose one specific one who isn't.
Okay. Pineapple.
Roz, would you allow
by the way,
PCs to butt chug poison?
Usually
or make
Norway
someone else butt
watches.
chug poison?
Usually Norway watches live, but goes on lurk mode. But anyways, pineapple.
Literally anyone else in chat.
Storm. Would
Don't make a
you
fucking
allow the
poll.
butt chugging in your game? How would you handle your PCs requesting it? Ano, do you allow butt chugging? In your campaigns? Ano, is that a thing you can get at a cantina? Get some butt chug blue milk? Is you call that blue chug? You call that butt milk? No.
Polls up.
Oh my god.
Did you say pulls up the butt chugging?
The polls up the butt chugging.
Wow. It's an
We got
interesting
Scott's
poll.
vote. We see Scott voted.
Oh, I didn't yet. I'm actually setting up the raid.
That is interesting.
Jake, anything you want to share since we're just leaving now?
I'm very upset with Joey. That role was disgusting, and yeah, just go to sleep thinking about that.
Well said.
Yeah.
Distractible.
Why can't he be cool, Joey? Cool
Everybody,
Joey's dope.
keep Molly in your thoughts. She's having wisdom teeth surgery tomorrow. We want to go well.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't sound like much, but apparently as you get older, it gets worse.
Yeah. Your teeth like fuse to your jaw. It's a fun thing. Oy vey.
Yeah.
Like, let's say we had Captain Tor and we caught him and we forced him to butt chug poison. Like, you guys would be like, yes, that guy deserves it, right?
He deserved a lot worse, to be fair.
I mean,
All right, well, we got Scott's vote and we got Norway's vote. Everyone else voted yes.
did Norway
I
actually
didn't
chime
know,
in?
just watching it.
Well, there's 2 votes no, so I'm assuming those are you and
Oh,
the one person
I
you
can't
trusted
vote because I
decided
was setting
you-
up the raid, and now the raid, like
Sure,
raid
man.
now versus cancel, is
Yeah.
in the way, so I can't vote.
I hear you, Tinder Twig.
Damn. Joey's mad.
Why?
I don't know. He told us to go fuck ourselves.
Wait, can I vote?
Probably because we were saying he's not as good as Cooler Joey.
I didn't say anything.
I did.
I voted.
Well, now I can't see
Oh,
the
right, good
results.
number.
Shit, there was a yes, and then I just went for the next option. I
went
clicked
for
on
definitely yes.
Yep.
I had like 3 seconds.
You dumb fuck.
Did we raid? I think we raided.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
we
you rated.
rated.